Hey everybody, just a quick update here. I'm going short coin. I'm going short Coinbase. If I pull up here, Bitcoin's doing a little bit of a breakdown here on the intraday chart. We do have the dollar popping up, so I am short coin right here at 126.43. 126.43. I just shorted coin. It's a 1/4 position. We're going to see if we can get that gap filled to the downside. So 126.43, I just shorted Coinbase. All right, and you can clearly see that BTC USDT right now is potentially on the verge of triggering this little mini intraday head and shoulders. Downside target takes you to about 37. And watch the dollar, because right now the dollar is trying to consolidated, turned green. Now you have what appears to be, I would like to see a little bit of a rounded right shoulder, but you appear to have a potential breakout on watch. Takes you to upside target of 104.89. So watch that closely, and we'll just monitor things as they progress. I'm just going to go silent on the mic. I'll be on about 5-7 minutes. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's live stream. Today is currently Friday, so new month, December 1st. Welcome to the new month of December. Now that window dressing month end is finished, we should get some clearer directions. Just keep in mind we have Papa Powell speaking at 11 a.m. today. It's not an FOMC meeting, but it is certainly one that we have to be aware of. Right now we're in some coin shorts. We just picked up some coin shorts right around that 126.43 level. I am also All right, so sorry about that. I just had a little bit of a blender going in my background. All right, so we're shorting coin because BTC is potentially breaking down here. You can see on the chart a little mini head and shoulders. We'll see if this gives up a lot of its gains. The S&P is weak. Today we are still holding our SPY short from yesterday, which I called out. Basically, our average on the SPY is sitting all the way up at 456.15. So we're well above the the pre-market low here, so we're nicely in the money on that SPY short. So I'm gonna see if we can get some more downside on SPY. We have a lot of weakness in Tesla, so sympathy trade. I'm looking at a short on Amazon. I think Amazon may have some pressure on it today because of the weakness in Tesla. So keep Amazon and Tesla on watch for downside shorts. We'll keep that on the radar, but it's nice to see that our short is highly in play here on the SPY. I'm just going to mark the pre-market lows and highs here on the SPY, um, which will be in yellow. So pre-market low is in yellow here, and then your pre-market high. So you can see we rallied all the way up to 457.32. Massive, massive move, to say the least. And that was all because of that big pop yesterday from that window dressing period. So obviously there was a big head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute SPY chart that I was watching. It did trigger yesterday, but it got negated. So now we have to redraw. I'm still going to keep this trend line here as a major resistance trend line or support trend line now, but we have another level that is very, very important on the charts, which is this upsloping trend line. So keep those on watch right now. We still have a potential right shoulder or left shoulder head, right shoulder forming here. We'll see if the markets start to give it up in the near term. Definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. I will be putting out a new trade alert today for my members exclusively, and I did put out a couple new trades yesterday, so definitely interested to see how things shape up. All right, so right now we have the dollar strength. Yields are kind of slightly green. VIX is slightly green. You have tech under a little bit of pressure today as well. The major indices are down on the session. One stock I'm looking at for a long trade. It's super, super risky and speculative. Small cap, doesn't trade at 1 million shares on volume, but it is gapping up in the pre-market here. So this clear mind intrigued potentially going long here. Basically, I want to see if we can get somewhat of a pullback to this breakout trend line that I'm watching. If price action can basically establish itself back above this key trend line, right now we're trading at 425, so technically we're right on that line, but definitely watching that one closely for a potential long setup. So I'll watch it on my other screens and we'll see how things start to progress. Apple just caught a big bid there, basically making some new pre-market highs. Tesla's catching a small bid as well late in the session. You have natural gas that is weak today. You have oil that is slightly positive. So it'll be interesting to see if oil starts to give up any of its gains with the dollar potentially showing some signs of strength today. But Apple did get a big wick up, making a little bit of a new pre-market high. All right, so I'm just going to flip back to the BTC USD chart, and I will let you know if I cover my SPY short, cover my coin short, but right now I'm still holding. The dollar has softened just slightly off of the highs. Pfizer had some pretty negative news. Watch for that dollar breakout. I'm seeing weakness creep into gold, so I think I'm still holding my GDX short from overnight. Average is sitting at 31.21. 31.21. All right, so markets are set to open in 1 minute. And we have some zero DTEs now hitting the bond market. Good morning. Are the indices running out of steam and setting for? I do think so, Ahmed. I do think so. But anything can happen. We'll just stay. We'll just stay neutral, kind of at this point. Try to keep it unbiased. Just read the tape day by day. But I do think we're running out of steam, and I think the dollar's due for a pop. All right, markets are set to open here. Get ready. All right, markets are open. Bitcoin is pumping. So is NVDA. Microsoft's getting a big boost. Coin, I'm still holding my SPY short, which is acting nicely right now. So big gap down on SPY. We'll see if that's a bearish gap that is formed. Amazon's pushing up. All right, I'm taking Amazon shorts here, 146.36. 146.36. Amazon short, still holding my coin short, but I'm short Amazon. 146.36. It's a 1/4 position. 146.36. Right there. We'll see if we get above these areas. Amazon's testing pre-market high. We'll watch it closely. Pfizer's coming down. Coin is pushing up. All right, I'm adding to my coin short here at 127.14. Amazon's coming down now. That's good to see. Tesla's pushing up. Apple's getting rejected at pre-market high. So 127.14 I did add to my coin. Coin is pushing up. So average on coin is now sitting at 127.88. We're seeing the semiconductors weaken. GDX, our GDX is in the money. Our SPY short is still in the money. I'm seeing the dollar push up here, so still favoring some shorts. But Microsoft is trying to rally. NVIDIA is trying to rally. Coin is at a big inflection point here. This is the previous head and shoulders neckline that it's trying to get above. Bitcoin is fighting that neckline right now. All right, so coin is starting to come in just a little bit. Bitcoin's finding some harsh rejection at the neckline. Amazon's shaping up really well. Our Amazon trade is nicely in the money. SPY is losing pre-market low. So this is where bearish environment sets in. So we're nicely in the money. I'm going to put a break-even stop on Amazon here. Let's monitor coin. All right, our GDX is falling a little bit as well. We are seeing coins start to falter just a little bit. Tesla's weakening. Amazon's weakening. Apple's basically giving up most of its gains. We are seeing the market running out of steam. Bitcoin's holding up a little bit. Coin, will monitor coin. Let's look at the SPY. I'm still holding my SPY short from yesterday. Bearish gap down is in play. This is a good bearish gap down. Losing pre-market, or we're testing pre-market low right now. All right, I just covered my SPY short here because we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Amazon still holding that, still holding coin short. All right, NVIDIA's weakening some more, so is Apple, so is Microsoft. AMD's at the lows. All right, guys, I'm going long CMND. CMND. Clear mind, that's that high risk play. Still holding Amazon short. So I got filled at 420 on CMND. It's a high risk one. It's a 1/4 position. This one's super, super risky. All right, coin is starting to come in pretty sharply here. Coin is coming in pretty sharply here. Big bounce in the GDX, so the dollar's weakening. Let's look at coin. Coin is coming in nicely, guys. Watching coin. So I'm long CMND at 420. I'm still short coin at 126.88, half position. AMD big drop. NVIDIA's losing pre-market low. And still short Amazon as well, in the money nicely. So right now we have the dollar positive, Apple's down, NVIDIA's down 1%, Bitcoin's up. Semiconductors are seeing some strength, some weakness. The SOXS is seeing some. Coinbase is pushing back up here. Bitcoin's acting well, showing some resilience. Our CMND is starting to pump, so we are long CMND at 420. We are long at 420. This one could be a high flying one. Look at this clean break. So we prepped you about this retrace. It even went deeper, way, way deeper. But now we're looking for a potential move. See how the SPY is doing. Big bounce coming in the semis here. Apple's still weak though. So Apple's acting weak. Coinbase is pushing up. Bitcoin's catching a bid. That's likely meaning the dollar's weakening just a little bit. The dollar's breaking down just a little bit here. Still holding my coin short, but I may have to get out of it. We covered our SPY, which was nice to see. Our CMND is running nicely here. Come on, let's see if we can get some more upside. Come on, CMND, pump it. Your pre-market high was 536. I think there's a good shot we can even break that. We have a gap fill sitting at 676. We're up 6% so far in this trade. Come on, baby. Pump it. Let's see if we can test pre-market high again, which would be a 26% trade. All right, CMD's pushing up, guys. It's pushing. Come on, baby. Push, push, push. Coin is pushing. I'm going to add to a coin short around 130. Around 130. Come on, CMD. Get that volume pump. It's starting to squeeze, guys. It's starting to squeeze. Come on, baby. Come on. Squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze. Baby, squeeze. Still holding Amazon short. Still holding coin short. Come on, CMND. We want to see you test that pre-market high again. We're breaking and basing. SPY is retesting the pre-market high. Gap fill is looking a little likely right now. Bitcoin's getting rejected there. CMND's trying to push above the 50-day moving average, so we're holding this nicely. Holding it nicely. Come on, baby. We're up 12%. Come on, squeeze. Fucking squeeze. Come on, baby. This one could be a banger. Oil's trying to catch a bid. Nat gas is coming into the daily 200. Amazon's pushing up. Coin is still acting well, pushing up. Bitcoin's still getting rejected at the neckline. SPY is running into some pressure right now. Still a lot of, all indices are red right now at the moment. Pfizer's getting obliterated. Tesla's down 3% still, looking like it wants to break pre-market low. Microsoft's looking weak. All right, CMD's pushing for new highs. We're still long here at 420. Come on, baby. Come on. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. This one's getting some volume. Volume is increasing. Come on, CMD. Hold strong. Hold strong. Hold strong. Dollar's making new highs here. Dollar is making new highs. It's trying to apply a little bit of pressure here to this market. I'm going to add to coin above 129.58. All right, markets are trying to catch a bid here, but the dollar's screaming higher. So markets are trying to push up, but the dollar's screaming higher here. Huge volume coming in on CMND now. Huge volume coming in. Still short coin. Amazon, I just added to my Amazon short at 146.86. All right, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on that CMND. So my average now on Amazon is sitting at 146.61. Gold is trying to push up. Bitcoin's still getting rejected, so I'm going to add to my coin short here at 128.95. 128.95. I just added to my coin short. We're still seeing strength in this market. So now the average on coin is sitting at 127.80. That's a 3/4 position, still holding CMND long. Come on, CMND, it's a decline on volume. Pullback. Tesla's bouncing, Amazon's still bouncing. Coins testing that high of day. Bitcoin's fighting at the neckline right now. It's still holding. Coinbase is still acting well. SPY is starting to see some downside resist. Bitcoin's still fighting that neckline. Amazon's still trying to hold up here. You have small caps that are strong. The IWM is the strongest indice right now. I'm actually looking at an AMC trade, a long trade on AMC. All right, I'm going long AMC. Super, super risky. Small position sizing. All right, I just went long AMC. Still holding Amazon short, still holding coin short. Long AMC, long CMND. I got filled at 662 on AMC. Stop loss on AMC is going to be basically a loss of this short-term EMA. Stop loss at 420 on CMND. I want to see if this one can run. Most of the sectors are red today. Most of the sectors are red today. Gold is still pushing up. The dollar's pushing up. So gold's pushing up as the dollar's pushing up. A little bit of a weird phenomenon there. Definitely weird. All right, AMC's pushing up. Coin's pushing up, Bitcoin's coming down, so a lot of divergences in this market. You have gold pushing up with the dollar pushing up. Papa Powell speaking in an hour and 10 minutes. Bitcoin's still breaking, Amazon's still strong, Apple's pushing up, so SPY is still pushing up. The indices are about to turn green, or at least trying to. The indices are trying to turn green. Seeing weakness creep into AMD again, the SOXX. Coin's now coming down. Bitcoin's breaking down, so that should help our coin short. Bitcoin is breaking down, so that should help our coin short. All right, Amazon's coming in now, so I'm still short this AM. ZN here. We're still short Amazon. Which we're in the money nicely now. Coin, I'm still short coin. I'm still long this CMND. Holding it strong right now. Come on, get above this level. We're in the money nicely on the CMND. But I want some more though. Starting to find some sellers there. It's trying though, it's trying. Amazon's losing pre-market high, getting rejected off of that level. Still seeing Bitcoin potentially breaking down here. AMC is moving up off of our level. That's good to see. I did issue a new swing trade today. Not for AMC, for another ticker, but definitely good to see that they're moving up. Dollar's still pushing up here, guys. Dollar is still pushing up. AMC is still pushing up. All right, CMD is still trying to push up here. We're still holding above this potential level. We need to see a breakout here. If we can clear this trend line, we could have a big move to the upside. I'm watching it closely. AMC is still pushing up. Look at this move on AMC, guys. We're pushing, we're pushing. Come on, baby. Push, push, push. AMC still pushing, CMND still pushing, coin still testing that pre-market high. Come on, push AMC. All right, I'm putting a break-even stop loss on AMC now, a break-even stop loss. So we are long AMC, we're long CMND. We're still short Amazon, still short coin. Microsoft's starting to weaken, NVIDIA's starting to weaken, but the Russell's pushing up. It's positive. It's the only positive indice. AMC's still pushing here, guys. Big move coming. Big move coming. I could see it getting all the way to 688 today on a squeeze. We're in squeeze mode. Come on, baby. Get your big butt up there, AMC. SPY's now coming down. Whoops. Coin's still trying to push. The dollar's still pushing. Gold is still pushing. So the dollar's pushing with gold. Very interesting. Pfizer's down 6.43%. Tesla's down 2. Path's up 20. NEO's down today. Another one that's a high risk play, but a potential long right here is ALT, Ultimmune. ALT is a potential. You're hitting the daily 200 MA right now. If it's going to bounce, this is where it's going to bounce and try to make a little bit of a retrace. So I'm going long here, 450. 450 long. Still long AMC. I'm going to move my stop loss on AMC up to 667. 667. $667. I have a stop loss on AMC. So we're in the money on that trade. We're protecting it. Still holding CMND and ALT, Ultimmune. ALT, I'm going to put a stop at the low of day. Coin's trying to push up along with Bitcoin. I'm seeing Apple curling to the downside. NVIDIA's curling to the downside. The dollar's still pushing up here. The dollar is still pushing up. SPY is still pushing, so is the dollar. I'm seeing the SPY running into some selling pressure here. Microsoft's testing the low of day, so Microsoft's going to drag this down. I'm actually potentially going to exit my AMC here. I'm going to sell my AMC. All right, I just sold my AMC at 671. 671, banked a nice little trade there. So AMC is now finished. ISM manufacturing came out, dropping the dollar, spiking the S&P and the indices. Still holding Amazon short. So the dollar's dropping hard off of that. ISM. SPY's pushing up here. What a SPY. What a pump there on the market. What a pump. Coin is still pushing up. Bitcoin's still pushing up. Dollar's dropping huge here. So the dollar is dropping tremendously. Oil's pumping to the high side. Gold is pumping. SPY just made a little bit of a new high. Markets are pushing tremendously here because the dollar has given up. Look at this drop in the Dixie. Look at that drop in the Dixie. Whoa. What's interesting is Microsoft is still weak off of this. Yields dropped substantially. They're all red on the session. SPY's coming in now, just off of that level. All right, I just added to ALT. At 422. 422. Basically brings the average down to, sorry, let me just double check that, 437. NVIDIA, Microsoft still coming down despite the S&P making new highs there. You still have the Qs negative on the session SPYs when SPY just turned green. Dollars pumping. Dixie's still dropping. Oil's shooting up here. So we're just waiting on this market. We're seeing the indices. This is a little bit of a weird tape. I'm still seeing mega caps getting demolished off of the weak dollar. So, the likes of Apple running into seeing Microsoft making new lows. Here comes the SPY. Still holding this ALT. Still holding CMND. Coin's right back up. Bitcoin's pushing. Microsoft's getting demolished here. There might be a long trade on Microsoft if it hits the 373 area in a straight shot. So still a lot of weakness in some of the mega caps despite the dollar and yield softening. That's kind of a change in character of the market, so to speak. We're seeing the SPY coming down now. The SPY is starting to come down a little bit. I'm still holding my Amazon short. That one I haven't given up yet. Still holding my coin short. Dollars bouncing. So Amazon, we're basically just flat on our trade, slightly in the money. All right, hopefully the CMND makes another little run to the upside here. Super speculative. And honestly, I could see the CMND trying to go up and fill this gap today, 680. Don't be surprised if it tries to get up there. Coins pushing up, Bitcoin's pushing up, Amazon oil, everything's rallying here. Microsoft's starting to catch a bid now. All right, so the SPY is now running into some near-term resistance here. It's actually looking like a potential short trade on the SPY. dollar tried bouncing there, is consolidating. We have small caps making another push higher. So the weakest indice is still technology. It's negative on the session, just like yesterday. But we still have SPY and Russell Green. NVDA is testing its pre-market lows. SPY's looking like a short here. I'm actually going to short the SPY here, 456.66, 456.66. Shorting the SPY. Small caps are running here. Let's just keep in mind it could be a VIX Crush Friday. We're seeing the markets trying to see some more selling pressure. So 456.66, short the SPY. Pre-market high was 457. That's the next ad level. Definitely take this time to check out my Discord, tradingcapital.ca. Posted a couple new trade alerts, 2 new trades yesterday, 1 new trade today. All trades are already in the money. Still short Amazon, flat. Short the SPY, flat. Long CMND and long ALT. ALT average is 436. CMND's average is 422. Seeing Bitcoin still struggling here. SPY, we're still short. I'm seeing the CMND Clearmine trying to make another push higher here. So this is where it could get squeezy. We've had that initial profit-taking bout of selling. And if you break this neckline, I mean, we could go to 680. 680 from our entry would be a 60% trade. Even to the pre-market high is about 22. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there's certainly potential for squeezy, especially since small caps are running hard right now. ALT, I'm seeing a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute, potentially signifying a little bit of a bottoming formation. It needs to trigger and break this neckline for the next move up. But you can see we break that neckline and we can get a nice little move up. And because this is the most volume traded stock today, it's likely going to do it. Ooh, CMND, ALT. So we're playing the high volume, high flyers right now. They're both trying to push. We could come down and make a right shoulder. If we come down and make a right shoulder, you could have another little inverse. SPY is coming down, still holding a SPY short, coin short, Amazon short, alt long, CMND long. Come on, squeeze CMND. We're up 8.5%. Come on, baby, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. I'm seeing gold running into steam. Likely means the dollar might be bouncing. It had that hard rejection off of the ISM manufacturing. And just remember, we have Powell in 45 minutes, so he could actually spark a potential rally in the dollar. That would be kind of impressive if we saw Powell come out and cause a rally. Big dump on the SPY, big dump coming in on the SPY. So we're out of the money on our coin, in the money on Amazon and SPY. Look at this dump on SPY. So we're in nicely. Seeing Bitcoin still struggling at that neckline. There's still a head and shoulders that is in play now, but the neckline needs to be lowered on Bitcoin because you did get a close above it. SPY is continuing to wane and falter here. It is starting to falter. Come on, Ultimmune and SPY and CMND. Come on, high flyers. We need to get this going. Coin is starting to come in a little bit. Bitcoin's running into some near term. Microsoft's still flushing. Microsoft's getting demolished, down 1.3%. All right, here comes the break on Ultimmune. Get ready, because this one could squeeze quickly. It's the heaviest volume stock of the day, so you know tons of traders are watching it. Okay, and it's breaking. We could see a sharp move up to this 480 area. That's your kind of your near-term upside target. 480. SPY's still falling. Dollar's catching a bid here, and yields are catching a bid. And what's interesting is the VIX went red, and now it's trying to peak up and go green. Come on, Ultimmune, break that neckline. We have not technically broken the neckline. Ooh, big dump on the SPY there. Whoa, our shorts are printing, baby. Look at this. Fuck yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go, SPY. Come on, SPY. NVIDIA's testing low of day. Coin is starting to roll over a little bit now. NVIDIA's breaking down, losing pre-market low. Microsoft's selling off pretty hard here. So SPY is testing pre-market high. Good place to take profits and cover. But I'm still holding. SPY is back to the red side. Qs are down. 0.5%. SPY's down 45 cents. Russell's still positive. IWM is still the strong indice right now. Ultimmune's breaking, triggering this inverse, head and shoulders. Let's see if we can get some more upside. Coins coming in now. Bitcoin's seeing some selling pressure. Microsoft's still coming down. So I have a long trade on Microsoft. Not yet because the indices are still weak. It's close to 373, but I want it a little bit lower. Ultimmune still pushing. Inverse head and shoulder has triggered. Inverse head and shoulder has triggered. So we could see a move to 580 on ALT. Oil's still holding up, positive on the session by 1.2%. Bitcoin's trying to catch another little bid higher. So SPY is testing its pre-market low is 456. Sorry, 455.48 was its pre-market low. The dollar's still getting rejected. Nvidia's below pre-market. Microsoft's still selling. Tesla's just above pre-market high. We're still waiting on this Ultimmune to see more upside. We're long Ultimmune. We're up nicely. Coins pushing up yet again. Ultimmune's pushing. Alt is pushing. SPY, we're still short the SPY. Let's take a look at what the SPY is doing. Whoops, that's the wrong chart. Microsoft's bouncing a little bit here. Altimmune's pushing up. Big bid on the SPY coming in. Still holding my short on Amazon, coin, and the SPY ETF. But the dollar's softening just a little bit more now. Altimmune is still pushing. Alt is now pushing up nicely. We're up 2.63% from entry. Russell's trying to push up and make another run higher. Oil's now seeing some rejection. Seeing the dollar trying to perk back up just a little bit. Still holding a SPY short, ALT long. I'm going to put a break even on this ALT. Let's see how our SPY is doing. Still holding an Amazon short, a coin short. Kind of have to have balls of steel for this coin short. All right, we're still seeing a potential head and shoulders on the SPY 1 minute chart. SPY is starting to look a little bit weaker. It's trying to push up. I'm seeing a potential inverted head and shoulders on CMND. This one could squeeze if we break. Remember how I said if we get a check back, we create that little inverse head and shoulders, and we're breaking that right now. So this would be your little neckline. It's a flat top neckline, which makes it extremely bullish. Target takes you back to pre-market. We're squeezing. Come on, CMND. It's got room to run. We're up 10% on that trade. We're up 6%, or sorry, 2.85% on Altimmune. We're playing the high flyers. We're running. Come on, CMND. I want you to squeeze back to pre-market. Okay, so the plan for CMND, if we squeeze all the way up to this double top pre-market area, I'm going to sell half of the position and leave the rest running. But I want to see it run. I think it's got more juice in it. It's finding some sellers right now, but there's also buyers. Russell's still strong. Amazon's faltering just a tad. NVIDIA's still below pre-market. Microsoft's coming into a potential bounce level here. Come on, CMD, squeeze, baby. I want to see you squeeze. The upside target off this head and shoulder inverse. If we get that breakout, which it's trying, takes you right up there, you can see. Come on, Altimmune and CMND. I want to see you pump it. Still holding an Amazon short. We're nicely in the money. SPY short and a coin short. And then the two longs on Alt and CMND. Coin is starting to come in just a little bit here. Oil selling off just a tad. All right, SPY's breaking down more now. SPY is breaking down more. Still waiting on the CMND long. Super risky play, but this one could squeeze. You saw an inflow of volume, now a declining volume. Here we go. Let's see this puppy squeeze. Come on, baby. Get going, get going. It's so close to doing so. But SPY's breaking down here. SPY, big dump on SPY there. Big dump on SPY. Holding Amazon short still. Coin short. And then SPY short. SPY short, we're nicely in the money. All right, so we got to close on the neckline above on the 1 minute chart. SPY is selling some more. SPY is catching a small bounce. I'm seeing Bitcoin weaken. Microsoft still selling. NVIDIA is below pre-market low. Amazon's just losing pre-market high. Okay, this is turning into potential failed breakout on CMND. We'll just still hold. I'm still holding this ALT, which is still moving up to target. So ALT is still moving up. SPY is still struggling. SPY is back to the red side. The Russell's the only green indice right now. A flight to the junk small cap stocks is never a good sign for the market, but that's what is happening at this point in time. A potential 10-minute engulfing candle on coin. All right, I'm putting a stop loss on ALT at 459, this low pivot. 449, sorry. 449. Protecting that trade. 449. I am seeing CMD weaken a little bit. Coin still coming down. Bitcoin's breaking down now. So this is the big break I've been waiting on Bitcoin. BTC, USDT. You know, we got to watch for this potential neckline trigger. Coin's still selling. All right, I'm moving my stop on ALT up to 452. Just tightening it up just because I'm seeing some selling pressure coming in. CMND is losing momentum here. Never a good sign. Altimmune still pushing. So we'll see if Bitcoin, so this was the original neckline. Bitcoin's now getting back below that area, but this is the next neckline to watch. So if we lose pre-market low, Bitcoin's going to have a big flush. Watching it closely. So it is dumping pretty hard right now. So therefore coin is coming in. Still holding short coin, still holding short the SPY, still holding short Amazon. And then long CMND, long Altimmune. All right, so Altimmune is still coming up here. This one's acting well right now. A little bit of sell side pressure. Upside target's still quite a ways away on this particular stock. We'll check the 1 minute chart. NVIDIA is still below pre-market, down 0.9%. Microsoft selling 1.62. Tesla's down 2.86. So Tesla's the weakest stock right now. Now Bitcoin's catching a bounce. SPY is consolidating bearishly on the EMA 113 1 minute chart. We're up 6% on Ultimune here, guys. We're up 6% so far with an in-the-money stop. This stop is actually at now 452. SPY's catching a big bounce here. Pfizer coin. All right, Ultimune is squeezing. This one could get interesting, guys. I'd love to see it go back to its high of day. There's a gap fill all the way, gap window, and then there's a massive gap fill around this 1090 zone. All right, I'm moving my CMND stop up now to my Ultimune stop up to 458. 458. So I just moved this up to 458. So we're just protecting that trade so far. Ultimune's continuing to push. It is continuing to push. It's up 48% on the session. This could easily be up 100% today. SPY, big bounce on SPY. Ultimune's coming down a little bit now. Dollar's still trying to recapture most of the session gains that it dumped there on that ISM. We have PAL in 30 minutes. PAL is in 30 minutes. Just be mindful of that. I'm still holding a coin short. Potential head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart here on coin. Hasn't triggered yet, but a potential. If we break this neckline, we could see a pretty big downside move. So our average on coin is sitting at here, 129.28. We did add at the high here. So if we break this neckline on coin, we could see a sharp move back down to the 126s. Ultimune is starting to see a little bit of potential weakness creeping in. Still holding up though, consolidating. Bitcoin's bouncing again. SPY is doing a decent bounce as well. All right, I just got stopped out of ALT. on that dump. So a beautiful, beautiful gain. A beautiful gain on that trade. And again, this could also be shaping up yet again another potential. You're hitting support. This could be a buy zone again. But we made a lovely 5% on that trade. This one could also be setting up another inverse head and shoulders. So I'm watching it closely because this could be one shoulder, another shoulder. So I'm going to watch it closely and see if we get another retrace entry. I want it a little bit lower. Dollar's still trying to push back up here. Dollar's still trying to push back up. Microsoft's catching a little bit of a bid, but I do expect another low of day to be tested on Microsoft. With the SPY moving up, Amazon's moving up here. Still watching Coinbase on the short side, still have Amazon on the short side. SPY is pushing up, big push coming in the indices. Dollar's taking a small little breather. SPY is still holding up here. Potential head and shoulders on SPY. This is an important neckline. It's a big, big neckline. So SPY is still technically red. Qs are down. Russell's positive. Coin is still testing that neckline. It hasn't broke that head and shoulders. I'm still short of SPY here. I could see this rolling over and testing this neckline again. Semis are firming up. Gold is just seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy yet. All right, SPY is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure coming into play. Bitcoin still fighting the neckline. Mega caps are still weak. QQQ is the weak indices. SPY just flipped red again on the session. We're still holding short Amazon, short coin. long CMND. We closed profits on our SPY short earlier. We closed profits on our Ultimune, nice 6% gain. SPY is coming down here. We'll see if we start to lose this. So coin is testing this neckline yet again. On the 1 minute, will we get a little bit of a break? Time will tell. We'll keep our eyes on SPY here. I'm still holding that CMND. Unfortunately, it did not break out of that inverse head and shoulders. We'll see if it can make a higher low here, kind of in this little bit of a wedge pattern. Still holding our SPY short, which we're in the money nicely. Amazon, I'm still riding that one down. I think that one tests the low of day. Bitcoin's trying to make another move higher. Dollar's also pushing up. So gold is responding to the dollar firming. Small caps are still acting resilient here. They are holding. They are holding. SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here. All right, super risky trade here. Super risky trade. I'm going along small cap. Along this small cap FSR. Just got filled at 154. 154. Long FSR. Let's keep our track of the SPY here. SPY is trying to push up here. So Coinbase is triggering that break of the neckline. So now we got to watch to see if it can close below that. All right, still holding Amazon short, still holding coin short, still holding a SPY short. I'm going to move my SPY to break even, 456.63. Break even stop on the SPY. Coin, you can see potential lowercase h pattern. You broke the neckline, retrace. Now you need to readjust the neckline since we're closing back above right to there. So it's still potentially in play, just is not ready to break yet. So we're long FSR, short Amazon, with the SPY, long CMND. All right, so the dollar's taking a little bit of a breather now. Still seeing Bitcoin acting well, constructively. SPY is trying to hold on here. Microsoft still the weak candidate on the session, dragging down this market 1.66%. Apple's slightly positive. Qs are down 0.42%. Russell SPY's down 0.4%. So I'm holding FSR long. So the strong indice is the Russell, which is why we're trying to pick these lows on the small caps. CMND. Hopefully this one catches another bid to the upside. Still holding this one. Potential lower high. We should test the upper end of this range. There's a gap fill. Sitting all the way back up here at 458. Pre-market high. We haven't tested pre-market high yet intraday. Powell's speaking in 13 minutes, so get ready for Powell. He will be speaking shortly. FSR is pushing up nicely. FSR is pushing up nicely. The lows here. Let's just adjust this to a better 2-minute chart. We'll do the 3-minute chart since it's a high flyer. All right, so we're seeing the dollar just consolidating, losing some momentum. The Russell's testing its high wicks, the same daily candles that rejected it twice. It's above the 200, testing the 100 daily moving average. Coin is retesting that neckline once again. FSR is pushing up, heavy volume on the 5-minute chart coming in. Coins bouncing, Bitcoin's bouncing, dollar softening. So the dollar's still positive on the session, still holding a potential breakout on the hourly chart. SPY is pushing up here, potentially breaking out of a little inverted head and shoulders. So SPY's at a critical inflection point here. SPY is at a big level. On the 1-minute chart, this is an inverted head and shoulders attempting a breakout. We just got a 1-minute close above the neckline here. So that technically leans slightly bullish. But the big question is, will we confirm? You're above the neckline right now, watching that level very closely on SPY. If we fail, you're likely going to come back down to the low end of the range. spike in volume on AAL, so some potential news hitting the tape. Spike in volume on AAL. Where are we looking on the daily chart here? AAL is up nicely on the session, trying to break out of this consolidation range here. It's a nice bullish consolidation, probably retests at least the $13 level, but I'm not taking a position there. We are managing what we have. So we're long FSR, short AMZ. Let's take a look at Amazon because we are still short Amazon. Qs are still negative on the session. SPY still negative on the session. Potential bearish consolidation on Amazon. So we're nicely in the money on Amazon. This is a big level. If we break this little trend line, could also be triggering a little head and shoulders pattern on the verge on Amazon. And this is under the pressure of Tesla being weak as well. We kind of telegraphed that one pre-market. We said, okay, consumer discretionary stock like Tesla being shattered today, and it's likely going to weigh in on Amazon. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Tesla's weak, Amazon's weak. Microsoft's making new lows, down 1.76%. SPY's trying to push up past that inverted head and shoulders. Let's see where that neckline takes us. Again, these patterns technically are valid, but Powell speaks in 9 minutes, so he could be luring people in on the long side before they dump, or maybe it's just going to be a straight pump and the technicals are right. Time will tell. But I'm going to move ahead of Powell. I'm going to move a break-even stop on Amazon. So stop loss at 146.67. 146.67. I have a break-even stop loss on SPY. And then I will put a small caps are acting well. Tricky. This is tricky. So yeah, break-even on SPY. Break-even on Amazon. Coin, I'm just going to let it run a little bit. CMND, I'm just going to let it run a little bit. Hopefully we hold these highs that we're trying to put in, or these lows that we're trying to put in. You're still holding a key trend line on CMND, which I'll show you on the 10-minute chart. You're still holding this key trend line here. Got your peekaboo above, rejection, close below, pump up, lower high. You're still holding above it, creating this little micro wedge pattern. Bitcoin's trying to move up here as well. FSR is moving up nicely off of our level. This one I think I'm going to hold more as a swing trade, FSR. So those of you paying attention, I am holding FSR as a quick swing tradable bounce here. You know, the daily chart has been absolutely obliterated. Weekly chart absolutely obliterated. It's extremely oversold. You made a new lower low today, but a higher low on the RSI. Nice divergence to trade against. We should see a small bounce in this name. And look at that heavy volume. So Fisker is starting to move up some more. Fisker, I actually read a stat that it has more money on its balance sheet in its cash reserves than its actual market cap. So how does that make a lot of sense, right? And obviously, there's likely going to be some development that has to take place, so large capital expenditures. Ooh, Amazon's dumping, guys. Amazon big dump here on AMZN. So nice job. What I'm going to do, since we're approaching PAL here in 6 minutes, I'm actually going to move a stop loss to in the money on Amazon. We're just going to protect that trade now. So we're going to move a stop loss right there, 146.35 above these pivot consolidations. So we're protecting the trade, but this head and shoulders has triggered on Amazon, and we'll see if we get some more downside. Still some strength in the Russell. The Russell's continuing to push up here. Excuse me while I get a sip of water. So we have break-even stop on SPY, in the money stop on Amazon, letting CMND run, letting Coin run, letting Fisker run. All right, SPY is still struggling at this true breakout zone. I am seeing CM&D starting to move up some more. That's good to see. I'm still holding. I think this one can squeeze. SPY is now coming down some more. So SPY is testing that neckline. This is a true retest now of SPY. It needs to hold this neckline and stay above it, or else it becomes a failed breakdown. I am seeing the dollar push up. The Russell's finally running into some sellers at the double top zone, but SPY is retesting this key pivotal area. It needs to hold it in order for a continuation move. Microsoft's still coming down. Apple's back at pre-market high. NVIDIA's testing pre-market low again. Still a tremendous amount of weakness in the market from the Qs. SPY is back to the negative side. Russell's up 1%. Qs are down 0.43%. The big laggers are Tesla and Microsoft. Amazon's about to go negative. All right, Powell's about to speak soon. It's not an FOMC meeting. All right, SPY got a break of that neckline. Hasn't closed below, but those wicks are never good signs. In the short term, we'll watch that closely. I am seeing Bitcoin starting to weaken just a little bit. Oil's moving up. Let's look at the Dixie. So the Dixie had that big drop on ISM. It gave the bulls a lot of hope that, oh, the Dixie's breaking down, the Dixie's breaking down. But if we look at things constructively on the Dixie had that gap down overnight. It's been consolidating, moved up, made higher lows, made higher highs, broken out. This is the big downsloping trend line that still has the inverted head and shoulders intact. You have to remain more bearish since we are breaking out of this bullish pattern on the hourly chart on the SPY. So remember, this is an hourly inverse head and shoulders on the Dixie, whereas the SPY is only a 1 minute. So what pattern holds more weight? The short-term time frame or the long-term time frame? Does the hourly chart hold more weight, or does this 1 minute chart hold more weight? Well, technically speaking, the hourly, the longer term time frame always holds more weight, especially on a breakout. So as long as that dollar remains above that neckline of its inverse head and shoulders, it should apply pressure to these indices here. It really should, but right now you're holding up okay. FSR is trying to push up as well. FSR is trying to go from red to green. That's a good little sign. Alibaba's interesting down here for a long trade. Alibaba's just been absolutely obliterated. The only thing I don't like about Alibaba is the fact that the dollar is looking like it wants to break out. Another long trade that I do like a lot for a swing trade, this is not a day trade, is Mr. Pfizer. Pfizer had that report today being sued by Texas. I think that was likely priced in by the Pfizer report, but heavy volume coming in, a potential reversal as well. This one's due for a bounce. You're back inside the wedge, so that's a little bit of a tidbit there on Pfizer. Let's just flip back to the SPY ETF again. All right, Apple's starting to sell now just a little bit. Still potentially creating a head and shoulders. This would be a massive one on the chart. If it were to trigger. All right, so SPY's talking. He's dumping the markets. Big dump on the SPY. Yes, let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm covering my Amazon here at 145.85. I just covered Amazon 145.85. Bang, 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 bang. We are out of Amazon. Huge profit. Spiking the dollar. Let's go. Come on, man. We're still holding our SPY short, our coin short. Let's go, man. Come on, baby. All right, I'm exiting FSR. No, actually, I'm just gonna put a break-even stop on FSR. What a bounce! Look at this crazy bounce. Obviously, Powell's spiking the dollar. Yields are climbing up a little bit. We'll see if we come down and break this neckline on SPY. But that was a hard dump. That was a super hard dump on SPY. What a play. Anybody caught that down move? What a fucking play. Boom. Still holding my SPY short. Still holding my SPY short. Covered Amazon for a lovely profit. We banked on Amazon. Beautiful, beautiful gain on Amazon. We made over 80 cents per share on Amazon. Still holding my FSR long. Still holding my SPY short. If we trigger this head and shoulders, guys, oh, this is going to be beautiful. This is going to be absolutely beautiful. Look what's happening. Look what's happening here. So we now have another head and shoulders test of a neckline occurring. You failed this one. You're testing the neckline. Let's see if we break that head and shoulders on SPY. It's a big, big level on the 1 minute chart. You have a beautiful symmetrical head and shoulders testing the neckline right now, testing pre-market low as well. Coinbase also starting to break down on the market weakness. So we're seeing coin, sorry about that. Coin is also now starting to test this. So I'm still holding my short on coin. Markets are getting a little bit of a bounce. We're breaking the neckline, but you've been testing that neckline break all day. The impressive thing about FSR, and likely that it's near a bottom, is that FSR had no reaction to that big downside move, despite the Russell and the SPY. But now the SPY is getting a really big bounce here, a tremendous bounce. Coins right back up. SPY is pushing. SPY is pushing right back to that neckline retrace. Whoa, 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 whoa. What wild insanity price action is going on here? This is absolutely wild. Wild price action. This is a short on the SPY because it did technically fail. And then a lot of people would have piled on short right at this, and the market makers rip it up. SPY's pushing right back up now. Holy cannoli. What a move. What a move on SPY. It is pushing up. Dollar's coming down. Bitcoin's pushing up. FSR's squeezing. It's up at, we're up 6 cents per share. I like that one for a lot more upside. Oof, SPY's testing that high again. Right at that neckline. What a move. So this is still technically okay for a head and shoulders pattern, but it needs to start curling here if it plans. But what a wild 2 minutes. Big drop, big pop. Holy crap. Dollar softened, yields are back softening. You now have Apple's breached the high of day, so Apple rallied off of that news. So again, definitely please check out my Trading Capital Discord. I run a swing trading, day trading service. I issued 2 new trades yesterday and 2 new trades today. Both trades are in the money. And actually all 4 trades are in the money since issuing them. SPY is still trying to move up here. FSR is still trying to push higher. Seeing the Russell moving right back up to the high side. GDX is pushing. Bitcoin's pushing some more. The dollar's still holding above that key zone here, which is why the markets are struggling. It's a fight between the bulls and the SPY and the dollar strength, because the dollar's still bouncing, holding up. Look at this inverse move of the dollar and SPY. Every time the dollar's bouncing, SPY is falling. So dollar bounced, And look at the SPY getting rejected at that same neckline. So now will we break this neckline? This is going to be the true test. Apple's seeing some selling, getting rejected at pre-market high on the 5 and 10-minute chart. Microsoft's coming back down again. Tesla's probably another short again very soon, testing a major high pivot zone. SPY's coming right back down. So SPY's right back below the neckline again. Remember, technically speaking, it did negate it, but that doesn't mean it can't push up. I still lean in the camp that it is finding rejection here based off of weakness in Microsoft and the Qs. Qs are still negative, SPY's still negative, Russell's up 1%. SPY's pushing right back up here. Dollar's softening. Seeing strength in the semis creeping back in. NVIDIA is starting to curl up a little bit. The VIX is coming down yet again on this VIX Crush Friday. Qs are trying to push back up as well. Big fight here. This is a huge fight between the bulls and the bears. Huge, huge fight. Still holding Fisker long, FSR. Gold is struggling, but still positive on the session. FSR is now up 9 cents from our entry. Look at this potential bottoming tail coming into play on FSR. Nice little bottoming tail. And this is where you could see short coverings. Reversals at the lows. Look at that nice little wick. You know, we could see a squeeze all the way up to, there's a gap fill at 235. SPY is still fighting that area. Dollar's coming down now some more, so this is going to help the market. The dollar is falling. A lot of bearish flow hitting the tape. Maybe hedging. SPY's back to the green side. Qs are moving up. SPY's still fighting this area here. Still holding my SPY short. I am still holding my SPY short. It's a 1/4 position on SPY. I will add at the double top or pre-market high. Around this double top area, pre-market high area, that's where I'll add. So that drop from Powell obviously stating seemed to be a little bit of a fake out shakeout for now, but technically you did negate that inverse head and shoulders, so we'll see. Still holding CMND long, slightly in the money, up a couple percent on that. FSR long, covered our Amazon short on that drop, still holding a SPY short and a coin short. Tesla's trying to carve out a bottom and move higher. SPY is pushing up here, so get ready to add to the short on SPY. CMND still holding FSR long. IWM new high, still holding the CMND long as well. Hopefully it can get above this high, and then we can make a move for gap. Alright, SPY is hitting double top zone right now as we speak. SPY is hitting double top. Alright, SPY is pushing higher here. IWM's pushing, dollars softening, coming down here. SPY's testing pre-market high. I just added to my short there, 457.18. 457.18. I just added to my short there on SPY, double top. Brings the average up to 456.91. Bitcoin's potentially breaking out here of another inverted head and shoulders. This could squeeze the market higher. Still holding FSR. Dollar's losing that inverted head and shoulders, so the dollar is weakening quite substantially here. NVIDIA's curling higher here. Apple's still pushing higher. Still holding a SPY short, FSR long, CMND long, coin short. And again, I picked up a few new trade positions this morning with my members. All of them are nicely in the money. So if you're interested in potentially exploring additional insights into my portfolio, how I trade, check out my Discord above, tradingcapital.ca. We have a 2/4 entry on the SPY short. I will add again on the SPY around 458 or higher. Dixie's really softening. The Russell's screaming higher here. Gold is starting to push up. SPY is testing pre-market high. We'll see if we can get a close above. Microsoft's down 1.5. NVIDIA flipped green after being down around 0.9%. So strength coming into the semiconductors again. All right, look at CMND. It's starting to get some volume behind it and break out. This is good to see on CMND. Just going to flip it to the 2-minute chart. There's a clear wedge pattern at play, as well as a gap fill. We break out of this wedge. I could see a high test. I can see gap fill at the minimum, 484. So we are long CMND, which is looking nicely right now. Hopefully we can catch some momentum. Still monitoring the other positions. Still holding Fisker long. I think we've identified a near-term bottom. Still holding a coin short and a SPY short. SPY short, we're slightly out of the money. Amazon, we closed for a banger. It's actually right back at our short entry. It is technically another short at this area, Amazon, but I'm just going to use what we have. TNA is running into some short-term resistance. It's actually a short up here. It's had a few green candles in a row. CMND is testing this first wedge pattern breakout. Can we get a break above? Let's see. If you get a break above, and this thing could squeeze higher. Come on, baby. We've been patient all morning with this CMND. Will our patience be rewarded? We're up about 5.6, but I kind of want more on the trade. I'm being a little bit greedy. Big drop coming in on the SPY at that level. That pre-market high rejection is just a beautiful thing to see. That pre-market high, look at this selling. Holy Hannah, what a sell there on CMND. We're already up, whoa, FSR, we're already up 6% on FSR. Holy fucking moly. We're already up. We're just providing bangers, man. Bangers, bangers, bangers. We're up 6% on FSR. That was just one of the alerts that I sent to my group this morning for a swing trade. It was a day trade level and a swing trade level. When you identify both, it's very, very key. At FSR, we entered long all the way down here at 154, up 6% on the session. SPY has got a 1 minute hanging man candle looking like it trying to push lower here. Bitcoin is surging. Dollar's still falling. So the dollar's losing that potential breakout of its inverted head and shoulders. Bitcoin's pumping up here. So that's not really good for our coin short. Bitcoin is pumping up here to the high side. All right, so CMND is starting to try to break this little trend line, starting to curl up here. Nice little break. You have your gap fill, resistance 1, resistance 2, resistance 3. SPY is still coming down. Dollar's still coming down. 6.84% on CMND. This is beautiful to see. Come on, baby. I think this one's got more. It had some positive clinical data. So we're actually up 9% on CMND. Bitcoin's pushing. SPY's selling. Dollar's selling. VIX is red. You have strength in the small caps again. Seeing oil starting to weaken just a little bit more. Potential bear flag on oil. That's never a good sign. It could mean What's interesting is we're seeing a divergence from Coinbase and Bitcoin. Bitcoin's pumping up 38,005, whereas coin is now triggering this potential head and shoulders again. So when I start seeing that, it likely means this is exhaustion. When Bitcoin's moving up and coin is not catching a bid, it means it's exhaustion. So we're still holding short here. This is breaking down, triggering this potential head and shoulders. Downside target on coin from this clean break. And it's a heavy break on volume too. Should take you down to 127 on the charts. We'll see. SPY, CMND getting rejected at that key area. SPY is starting to weaken some more now. Look at this rejection. We're now in the money yet again. So if you just draw a trend line on SPY, actually I'm going to try something here. If we draw a channel from this high pivot, look at that high pivot. Just going to, you can see SPY might want to be chopping in this channel for today. You know, maybe even there's a pivot zone from this pivot to this pivot. That could also be the case. Either way, though, it's going to be interesting to see which neckline we break. We're going to draw that trend line. We're going to remove that one. So there's a good chance we can come back down and test this upsloping channel. Watch that closely on SPY. Watching that very closely on SPY. Dollar's still softening. Yields have fallen. The 2-year yield's down 1.79%. We still have the Q's negative, SPY's green, Russell's green. SPY's still falling as yields are falling. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. SPY's still falling here. So our short is printing at the moment. Just have to be a little bit patient. Coin is falling, again diverging from Bitcoin. So SPY is fall, but we could get a retest of this neckline because Bitcoin is strong and then a break, but we'll see. It's very interesting to see coin finally starting to diverge from Bitcoin. Still holding CMND long and a Fisker long. Whoops, CMND. And that Ultimune play is looking like a nice potential trade here. ALT, we played that earlier for a nice about 5-6%. I'd have to double check my notes. But it's looking like a nice retest, potential inverse head and shoulders. I'm going to potentially go long here, Ultimune. So I'm going to go long here, 446. I just got filled. 446 on Ultimune. Stop loss on this trade is now going to be, whoops, $4.36, so 10-cent risk. 10-cent risk. It is starting to come down though. SPY's pushing up. Coins retesting the neckline. FSR is pushing. Dollar's still softening. Bitcoin's screaming higher. Up now in the session nicely. 2.5%. Bitcoin is up. SPY's getting a nice bounce here. I'll watch ALT on my other screen. Still watching CMND. But that was a big failure on the dollar. It's starting to fall. Big rejection on the dollar. Bitcoin's pushing. Bitcoin is pushing for that double top breakout again. Will we see rejection, or will it blast through that area? Bitcoin does have the potential to move higher from here because of the weaker dollar, but the dollar still technically should bounce. NVIDIA's pulling off of the highs. Apple's still consolidating above pre-market highs, so that remains bullish. SPY right back up. Will we get a lower high or a higher high? That's the big question. So again, look at this big move up in Bitcoin. Shoo. Big move, and then coin really hasn't participated in that rally, and it's actually getting rejected off the neckline like it's supposed to on a perfect technical retrace. So retrace, rejection so far, but again, Bitcoin's strong, so we want to just be cautious with this. Amazon, I'm going to short Amazon again. AMZN. I'm going back to Amazon. I just got filled at 146.60. 146.60. We're short Amazon again. And again, this is because consumer discretionaries are weak. So basically, we're short at 146.60. We still have this little neckline there. Potential downside. All right, CMND. Whoops, CMND is trying to make another push up. We're up 10% on our FSR trade. This is getting beautiful. Look at FSR go. We're up 10% already on FSR. 10%. Holy. And I don't even think it's been in squeeze mode yet. Come on, CMND. Squeeze. So CMND is trying to break out here. Potential, let me just see. Maybe an inverted head and shoulder. Oh, finding rejection there. It's like so close. Bitcoin's still pushing. It's going to test double top. Bitcoin is about to test double top. SPY's testing pre-market high. Amazon's trying to push higher here as well. SPY's moving. Russell new high. Wow, the Russell's just a straight rocket ship right now. Straight rocket ship. Dollar is still selling. I have a short level in the Russell at 184.60-ish. FSR, this is not how they always happen, but FSR up 11%. This is kind of prudent to almost take profits here on FSR. You know, that's a pretty big bounce. Pretty big bounce. But let's just see. I don't have a sell target yet on the Russell. Still holding short Amazon and SPY. I'd love to see FSR squeeze all the way up to here. Look at this bullish cross just happening right now in FSR. Still have a lot of candle coming in the SPY. Big sell candle coming in the SPY. Look at that hard double top rejection. Back to break even on SPY. Our Amazon short is printing yet again. So Amazon is yet again printing for us. I'm going to now move a... I'm just going to put a break even stop on Amazon. 146.60, okay? Break even stop on Amazon. Come on, baby. Let's see this markets. So this was the original inverted head and shoulders neckline where we dipped on PAL, rallied. I expect to retrace back to that area. Bitcoin's testing double top as we speak. Microsoft selling, making new lows. FSR is continuing to push, guys. FSR is continuing to push. All right, I just got stopped out of that Altimmune, ALT. I apologize about that. I did get stopped out for a small 10-cent loss on ALT. Still holding FSR long, Amazon short, SPY short, and Coin short. Coin, we're out of the money. Amazon, we're nice and deep in the money. SPY, we are basically flat. SPY is still really struggling here. I'm just going to flip to the 1 minute chart so we can see these intervals. SPY is pushing up. Our next short level on the SPY is all the way up at Pierce of 458. A Pierce of 458 on the SPY. NVDA is breaking, basing new high on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is surging here. New high on Bitcoin. So the dollar is continuing to fall. Markets are rallying. Bitcoin is starting to squeeze now. It's almost piercing the 39,000 level. It is making new daily chart highs. Bitcoin is making new daily chart highs. It's pushing for that 39,000 Bitcoin. Starting to squeeze. SPY is pushing up here. Still haven't pierced that 458 level. We're fighting this trend line right now as we speak. And we have a double top resistance sitting around here. Dollar has still selling. Why the markets are rallying off of this level is because the dollar. That's really about it. Look at that fall from grace in the dollar. Maybe a little bit of a local bottom on the dollar. And right away, as soon as that dollar starts to rally, we see the SPY fall. So there's still a huge correlation occurring right now in the dollar and SPY ETF. But a massive correlation. Massive, massive. Still holding Amazon short. That one, we're in the money still. Out of the money on coin. Still holding CMND long, FSR long. So we're just waiting for these markets. But you can see the SPY is making higher highs here. High, higher high, higher high, higher high. But the highs are getting less and less, almost like momentum is running out. You can see on the RSI divergence in the 1 minute. Higher highs, lower highs. should be running out of momentum and strength. All right, CMND is now spiking. CMND is now spiking. This is beautiful for our trade. Come on, get above this area. We've tested this area way too many times, in my opinion. Come on, baby. Break out, CMND. Break out. All right, full disclosure. I just exited my FSR at 173 for about an 11.6% gain. I did exit my FSR for about an 11% gain on that day trade. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. All right, SPY is still consolidating, trying to move up. Dollar's at some near-term support. Bitcoin's finding some near-term selling pressure at those double top high. It did pierce it. Question is, will it get a close above it on the daily chart? The dollar is still making some new nominal lows. Take a look at this BTC chart. Impressive move on BTC. Right into this double top. It did make a new high. Massive volume coming into play. So far getting rejected off that level. So it really took advantage of that dollar strength, but it is starting to come in pretty hard here now. Let's see the SPY. Still holding short Amazon. Still holding long this CMND. It's going up for another trend line retest. The Russell's up 1.84%. Huge divergence in the markets. Huge divergence. We're slowly breaking above this trend line, which is obviously positive in the short term. I am seeing weakness starting to creep into the Qs again. NVDA, Tesla, Apple rolling over, Microsoft still holding. So Bitcoin's still up 2.78%. SPY is trying to push back up some more. Natural gas is putting in some consolidation. Appears to be trying to move higher. All right, SPY new high. SPY just made a new high. Dollar's starting to catch a small little bid. Nothing crazy yet, but a small little bid. SPY still pushing. Amazon's trying to break out of a bullish 3-minute intraday inverted head and shoulders, so I'm gonna watch that closely. It hasn't confirmed the break yet, but it's trying to. What the hell is that? NVIDIA's curling to the high side. SPY, big shoot up there. I just added to my short there. I just added to my short right at that double top. We just got filled there. So it brings my average up to 457.53. Amazon, I just added to my short at 146.86. Brings my average up to 147.76. Qs are still pushing. Qs are trying to go positive on this session. Actually, they are positive now. Qs are positive again. So SPY is way outside of these trend lines. I guess we have to draw it like this now. That's the true top. So we actually have a symmetrical channel now from these high pivots down to here. So now that we've hit the top of the range, the big question is, are we going to hold up here, or is the market going to start running into some near-term resistance? So it's now 11:45. Markets have rallied. The dollar's been absolutely decimated. So this is a big level for Amazon because it is triggering a potential bullish pattern. A close back under here gets negated. Our average is here at 146.76 after we hit that almost to the penny top. So Bitcoin's getting rejected at that high, that pre-market high. So far, Amazon getting rejected. SPY is still holding. SPY's still holding up. The Russell's still holding up. The Russell just made a new little high. FSR is starting to squeeze even more now. Thinking of taking a long SOXS trade here. I do like this trade here. Just going to watch it here. Since we have an Amazon short, whoa, look at that rejection on Amazon. So this is a failed breakout on Amazon. Beautiful secondary entry on our Amazon trade there. That was a stunning secondary entry. Look at this failure. So this is what's called a failed breakout. We should see a harsh fall on Amazon now from these areas. So we're in the money nicely now. Sorry, our average is up there at 147.76. In the money nicely on Amazon. This is a failed breakout on the 1 minute chart for an inverted head and shoulders. It should see some more downside. I'm actually just going to lower this trend line pivot. We should test this area, 145.80 area. That's where I'm going to look to cover if we get that test down there. SPY. Whoa, look at this thing. This thing is up huge already today. Whoa. Garden State. I don't even know what the hell this company is. I'm not going to trade this. This is way too ridiculous. That thing has no price history behind it. Looks like a pump and dump thing. Potentially an IPO that I just don't know about, but I can't trade that. All right, so to recap things here, SPY is green on the session. Qs are green on the session. IWM is the ripper. Qs just went flat on the session. We've closed a FSR winner. We've closed an Ultimune winner. We've closed an Amazon winner a couple times. We're still shorting Amazon. We're still shorting the SPY. Half a position short in the SPY ETF. We do have a half a position short in the SPY ETF. We have a 3/4 position in coin short. We have a long on CMND, which we're basically flat now, unfortunately. It's just not wanting to break out for us. Microsoft still in bearish territory. Apple in bullish territory. Tesla in bearish territory. NVDA technically neutral. Coin pushing up. Bitcoin made a new high. Still getting rejected. It hasn't closed above it on the daily chart. That's going to be the big thing on Bitcoin. Can it close above on the daily chart? Above the previous high. That's what I'm waiting for and watching for. Qs are still trying to push up here. There is a potential on the QQQ chart for a little bit of, it would be on, let me just find the time frame. It would be on the hourly chart now. There's a potential for a head and shoulders formation. You know, Qs have been weak all morning, except for this last little stint, but there's a potential. Let me show this to you. QQQ hourly. So you have an M top pattern at play here. So this is your M. Let me just draw it in. So that's a nice little M top. Now you have a nice clear neckline extending there. You can even draw it from that pivot, an extension through. If we start curling over and trigger, that's not a healthy sign for the Qs. So let's watch the Qs because they have been the weaker indice. Still watching SPY on my other screen. Obviously, we are slightly out of the money on SPY. Still have maneuverability. Again, the dollar really hasn't gotten out of its own way. It's still continuing to fall. Now let's see if the dollar is coming to some support here. You can see it's coming. It's way past that gap down, coming into this low pivot here on the dollar. Well, that's a fall from grace on the dollar. SPY new high. SPY just made a new high. Qs are back green, 0.8%. Russell's up 2%. SPY's up 0.4%. But I'm watching that hourly chart on the Qs very closely. SPY is still pushing up. New high on the SPY. It's trying to break out here. I do have another short level on the SPY. Just bear with me. Still holding an Amazon short that's in the money. So not everything is rallying here. Tesla's looking like it's trying to move higher, putting in some consolidation to break out. So Tesla's looking positive at this point. SPY, I will add to my SPY short. Whoops, sorry about that. It's definitely an uptrending session. SPY is getting another ramp here, another ramp up on the SPY. Qs are also getting another push. Coins pushing, Amazon's pushing. Huge ramp. All right, a Pierce of 459 on SPY, and we'll short it again. Add to our entry. So Pierce of 459. I'll let you know once I take the trade. So anything above 459. All right, I'm going long the SOXS 837 entry, long the SOXS. So that's a 3-time levered short the semiconductors. Long the SOXS at 837 here. It's a starter position. Long the SOXS. Let's see the QQQ here. Watch the Qs closely. Still short SPY, still short Amazon, still short coin. Coin's unfortunately going against us. I am prepared to add to coin if we get a push above 132.50. But Bitcoin's really a powerhouse today. Bitcoin's trying to make another push up. The dollar went from green up about 2.2% to down 0.2%. It's actually forming now a bigger right shoulder. Got rejected at the daily 200. And we'll see if it can start to curl up and form a little bit of a base. Tesla's still trying to curl up. NVIDIA's curling up. IWM new high. Dollar's pushing up now. NVIDIA's up 0.45%. Microsoft's down 1.58%. IWM new high. Still pushing. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here. SPY's now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure along with the Qs. Let's flip back to the SPY. Still holding short Amazon. SPY is up now on the session, 0.44%. Russell's up 2.29. Google's still weak on the session. Meta's still weak, so definitely clear weakness in the communication stocks. So the market's at a critical inflection point here. There's some weakness in Microsoft, Google, Meta, but the markets are still positive. So seeing potentially these markets are trying to hold steady here at the highs with some weakness in the Qs, but the Qs are still green. SPY's still trying to grind higher here, pushing up. Still holding short Amazon, still holding short SPY, short coin. Russell's, we took profits over double-digit gain on FSR, took profits on Ultimmune. Still holding the CMND, slightly in the money by about 9 cents. But it's definitely been struggling to break out. Nat Gas is trying to break out. There might be a long trade on Nat Gas. There's a bull flag break trying. Nat Gas is still up 1% on the session, and it is trying to break out. Is still climbing. It's getting a little extended on the 10-minute chart. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles in a row. Again, watch this pivot, though. That'll give you insights as to what's likely going to transpire. This is a big fight. As long as you hold above this white trend line, which is sitting at right around like 469.94-ish, you have an ability to move up. But I am starting to see a divergence on the RSI, lower high divergence, higher high price. Not a good sign intraday, often indicates downside. I'm a bear on semiconductors right now. I actually just took on the live stream an XOXS trade. So I just called that out a few moments ago. Our entry was at 837, right at this green. This is just a day trade. So obviously I'm expecting downside. But the Russell's still super, super strong. S&P's still holding on. Hopefully that helped there, or Thomas. Hopefully that helped you. So Bitcoin's still trying to push higher here. Coin's pushing up. So we're still short Amazon. We're still short SPY. We're slightly out of the money. We're short coin. We closed our Fisker for a double-digit gain. Holding the CMND. It's trying yet again for another breakout. The CMND keeps getting rejected as it's trying to break out of this trend line, which should appear on the screen, but it's making higher lows. So higher low, higher low, higher low. So that's a short-term positive, but we really need to see it start to get above this area. You can even draw another trend line from this gap fill pivot, which we're bubbling up into right now. So I'm still holding long at 420. We're up nicely on that specific trade at the moment. Because it keeps finding some momentum to go higher, I am optimistic that we at some point get a squeeze. So we're up about 6.1%. I want to see some more. SPY is still holding up, acting very, very well. Acting very, very well. I'm still short Amazon, in the money on that trade. I see a retest on Amazon back down to about 146. SPY is starting to roll. The dollar's starting to bounce. So now we need to see what type of bounce comes in the Dixie. So the Dixie was strong pre-market all morning, and then it just got wrecked on the manufacturing data and PAL. Now it's starting to churn up a little bit. And we'll see if the markets react at all to the stronger dollar. Right now, still resilient, holding up. SPY just got a big, big bid there. Tesla's pushing up, Microsoft's coming down, Amazon's still weak. We're seeing the SPY heavy volume coming in, same thing with the Qs. So SPY is still acting well at these levels. SPY is still acting well. Bitcoin's trying to get a close above that previous cycle high. Still holding short Amazon, short coin. I'm looking at a long on Carvana. All right, the Russell's coming up into a short territory here. The Russell IWM. All right, so I'm just going to put this up here. So you can play it with the RWM. You can play it with the just directly shorting the indice. But the level is here at 184.63. 184.63. I'm giving you the level. So keep your eye on 184.63 short the Russell. That's the level that I'm prepared to short it at. It is starting to still fall a little bit from this area. Acting well though. SPY just made a little bit of a new double top. All right, I just added to my coin short at 102.54. 102.54. So my average now on coin is 103.50. Out of the money, but that's okay. The stock is just super, super extended. Obviously, this is your next big support on coin. So if we go on the 10-minute chart of Bitcoin, you can clearly see it's struggling at that double top. That's a big level for Bitcoin. Again, take this time to check out my Trading Capital Discord. We've closed double-digit gains today. We've closed many winners right now. Coin's going against us, but that's okay. This one's super, super elevated. But we closed several winners, a couple on Amazon. We're in an Amazon short. Out of the money on our SPY right now, but that's still okay. We closed our SPY short earlier in the market for once we got that PAL dip. But lots of winners today, yet again on the live stream. Feel free to rewatch the stream for trading tactics. I did give you some insights into the pre-market as to what tickers we were going to watch, what tickers we were going to play. I did execute 2 new swing trades yesterday, 2 new swing trades today. I already closed one of the swing trades today for a double-digit gain. That was on Fisker. I also called that out on the live stream, so congrats if you took that. Still riding another swing trade that I called out today, which is up nicely on the session. We're already up 2.8% on that other swing trade with members. But again, markets are super, super elevated here. Trying to break out on the daily chart. Your next big resistance on SPY is around 459.45. So about 75 cents or so away. So dollar's still softening. Apple's still grinding higher. Microsoft's trying to push up now. I'm seeing Bitcoin trying to weaken a little bit. Amazon's still stuck under a key trendline resistance here. You have the semis trying to firm up. Tesla's pushing for pre-market high. It's almost about to flip green on Tesla. Almost about to flip green on Tesla. QQQs are now up 0.18%. SPY's up 0.5%. Russell's up 2.4%. Russell's almost at my short level at 184.60ish. So we're about 63 cents away. Semis are now coming down a little bit more. NVIDIA's trend is slowly potentially starting to weaken here. NVIDIA is slowly starting to weaken here. So anything above 459 we can add to the short on SPY. Super, super extended now. It's definitely been an intense rally, so to speak. Let's erase that trend line. So if we were to retrace this whole move, so NVIDIA is starting to weaken just a tad. It's now approaching that noon time frame. Volume is lightening up. Dollar's still falling. Bitcoin's coming down despite the dollar falling. We're still holding short an Amazon. We're still holding short a SPY. We're holding short a coin. A long on CMND. We closed and a long on SOXS. We closed a beautiful swing trade today. We're just being patient with this market. Again, it was a super strong open. Super strong open for the markets, but the real question is, how do we close? How do we close? All right, Amazon's pushing now. That's going to help the Qs. Amazon is pushing. Tesla's still trying to go green on the session. All right, let's watch this CMND. It's trying to push a little bit more now. Finally, will we get the breakout on this name? Been waiting patiently on it. Will we break out? Come on, CMND. Take us to the promised land. So the Dixie's potentially making a little bit of a lower high closely. We will watch that closely. Come on, CMND. We're up 8% so far on that trade. Let's squeeze some more. Come on, baby. Let's squeeze some more. All right, semiconductors are firming up here. Our SOXS trade is bouncing. NVIDIA's rolling. SPY's rolling. Dollar's trying to put in that lower high candle status. A lot of top wicks forming on the Qs. Qs could roll over to the downside again if the dollar starts to roll a little bit. So NVIDIA is rolling over. I know there was one participant there, Thomas, that asked about NVIDIA. We obviously picked up our SOXS trade at 837. So we are seeing a potential rollover occurring here in the SPY. So we have our fib retraces. This is from basically, where is it? I want to do it from the low today. The lows of today. This is your fib zones. So we could expect a full 50% retrace. It kind of aligns with the pre-market high. Qs are rolling over Bitcoin. NVIDIA is weakening. Apple's finally starting to sell. Apple is starting to sell. Oh, look at the CMND, guys. We're starting to break. Let's watch this closely. We are trying a breakout here. Come on, baby. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. Come on, breakout. Give it to us. Break out and give it to us. It's coming for gap fill at 483. Look at this move on CMND. Come on, squeeze. Volume's coming in, guys. Volume is coming in. Let's watch it closely. Definitely watch it closely because it is starting to push up here. Come on, baby. Give us that break. We want to see a new high. SPY's still seeing some resistance. Heavy volume coming in on CMD. Here we go. Heavy volume. We're up nicely. We're up 12% on the trade. Come on, squeeze, baby. Squeeze it for us. It's been consolidating all range all day, coiling tightly. This could be a flyer. Look at this push coming in. Look at this push. The pre-market high is all the way up here at 536, so it's got some legs to potentially run. It's consolidating above the 50 moving average. SPY is still starting to roll over. Come on, CMD. Give us a banger. We're up nicely, over 13%. Come on, baby. Come on, squeeze. Squeeze it. Come on, baby, squeeze. Do it for me, do it for me, do it for me, do it for me. We're coming up into that gap fill zone. We are coming up into that gap fill zone. We're up 13%, just over. And we are pushing some more now. Come on, get going. It's been consolidating all day. It's starting to move, guys. It's starting to move. Look at this. Look at this move on CMD. Heavy volume coming in on the 2-minute charts. Heavy volume. Come on, we want more. Now you're getting a little bit of sell side pressure. Gap was filled. Let's see if we hold this breakout zone. It's a big level now on CMND. Heavy volume. Gap was filled. The gap to the upside was just filled. We're still holding above the daily 50 EMA, which is sitting at 436. SPY is getting a small bounce. Come on, CMD, squeeze a little bit more for us. Squeeze, 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 baby. Just want to see this SOXS. Starting to weaken a little bit on that volume. SPY is getting a little small minor bounce. The dollar softening, potentially putting in a lower high. All right, big level here for CMND. It needs to hold above this. More buyers are stepping in. Often these high flyers love to shake people in and out. Big bounce coming in on the market there, SPY, Qs, etc. All right, CMND is making another run up here. We're still just long CMND. There's a huge gap fill sitting at around 680. There's a massive gap fill around 680 on the charts. I would not be surprised if it actually could try to get there. All right, we're still holding short Amazon, short the SPY, long CMND. If you look at the SPY price action, we're forming a little bit of a head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart. Near the highs of the session, very high degree of triggering and falling. So you break this neckline here and you'll have a little bit of a dip. Just watch this CMND trade. Still trying to push up here. We need some more follow through to the upside. Bitcoin's tapering off a little bit. Apple still remaining near the highs of the session. Still holding long SOXS. I'm seeing the dollar trying to push up yet again. Come on, CMD. If CMD breaks the $5.10 level, this thing's going to squeeze. We break the $5 pivot here. We break this $5 pivot, or sorry, we break this $5 pivot zone up here, this thing's going to really start to squeeze. Come on. You know you want to get up there. Volume's coming in. So this is what's known as the 3 white soldier candles or 3 green soldiers. That's typically very bullish. Coins pushing up again. Apple's still strong. NVIDIA's curling over to the downside. So Qs maybe could go negative again. Russell's still positive, the most indice. All right, CMND's trying to squeeze some more now. Let's see what type of price action we can get. Look at this. Look at this squeeze coming in. The squeeze is coming, guys. All right, some rejection off of that level so far. I do anticipate a continuation, though. We're getting close to breaking out here on CMND. SPY is still holding near the highs. Potential right shoulder development, but it's trying to negate that right shoulder by moving higher. Amazon, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, they're all pushing up simultaneously. These are all micro movements. You still have yields negative, dollar negative, Qs positive, Russell positive, SPY positive. Gold up 1.24%, going for a potential new all-time high. So the high there on CMND put us up 17%. We obviously didn't sold, so it means nothing. I think this could retest pre-market. It's been coiling and consolidating, making higher lows all day. Accumulation looks to be clear to me. Come on, CMND. Oh, CMND is getting rejected there. Oh, wicked back up. Ooh, crazy price action occurring in the CMND. Lots of distribution happening. It is trying to break out, though. Let's focus on what the SPY is doing. So SPY is trying to push up some more. All right, big rip coming in CMND. SPY new high. This is a very heavy volume day for CMND. If it can break out here on this volume, this name could potentially move a lot higher. SPY is pushing up, new high. We just need to clear these pivots on CMND and we could squeeze. All right, let's see what the SPY is doing again. So SPY did negate that head and shoulders. It made a brief new high. Still a good trend line of support that the bulls really want to hold. It's now approaching the 12:30 time frame. Tesla's still trying to go green on the session. Heavy accumulation is occurring in the CMND. Heavy accumulation at this area. Volume on this pullback is declining. Should yield some more upside. But it's just a very, very sticky point, this level. Very, very sticky point. Markets are moving up again. The SPY is moving up. All right, SPY's pushing up. I'm about to add to my short. Right here, 459.4 short. 459.14. And we are pushing up even more now. So 459.14. Brings the average up to 457.99. So coin's now diverging. It is squeezing higher, whereas Bitcoin is curling. Wow, what a pump in the markets occurring. Microsoft's trying to move up. Amazon's trying to participate. All right, big dip there on SPY. Nice 1 minute down candle. Tesla's finding some sellers at the pre-market high. So small caps are still holding near the highs. The S&P is cooling off from the highs here. Still making higher highs though. Still holding an SOXS, still holding an Amazon short. SPY short, we're out of the money, so this trade's against us right now. Coin's obviously out of the money right now, but that's more of a swing trade too at these levels. Still holding a CMND long, seeing heavy signs of accumulation. I'm still optimistic that we could see a big squeeze in CMND. It's been consolidating tremendously. We banked on our Fisker for a double-digit gain. That was a trade that I sent to my members. We are holding an SOXS trade right now, which is short the semiconductors. So we're up about 2 cents on that trade. Obviously, let's take a look at NVDA. That flipped from red to green. You still have weakness in AMD. Potential head and shoulders pattern. Watch this pattern on NVIDIA here. You know, it hasn't triggered, but you're forming a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. If we start to curl over and break this neckline, that's where you need to be cognizant. The dollar's still super, super weak after that ISM and after the Powell comments. Heavy volume at these highs here on SPY. There is some decent heavy volume. Coin is still pushing up here. NVIDIA is catching a bid. That's going to help the indices. All right, Microsoft's curling. Tesla's about to flip green. So Tesla has almost recaptured all of the losses it has experienced on the session. SPY is still trending here. Definitely a strong trending day on SPY. At some point, SPY should do a retest of pre-market high, which is sitting at 457.30. Still waiting on this market. It's trending. Apple's at the highs. Microsoft's off of its lows, trying to break out of a bearish basing formation. You have Bitcoin that pierced and made a new high, but it's yet to close and confirm above that high. Amazon's went from red to green, so it is firming up here. Small caps are on a tear. Short target on small caps is 184.63. I have a big level there at 184.63. SPY's still holding well. Next short level on Amazon's a Pierce of 147, more along lines of 147.10-ish above that area. All right, still holding the CMND on the long side. It's been a doozy. You know, it's been up, down, all around. It's still trying to hold its breakout. Gave up a lot of those gains that it was trying to hold and break out, but these are the way these things move, and I am still seeing heavy signs of accumulation. But basically, if we draw this trend line connecting to this pivot high over here, you can see it briefly pierced, got bought back right back up off that level. So we're still long at 420, waiting for a move. We could have secured 17%. Maybe I should have, but I'm looking for a little bit more, in my opinion. Perhaps I'm being greedy. Time will tell. But I am seeing heavy accumulation in that name. It's super, super risky. Thanks for joining there, Jay Bartosh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Pleasure to have you here aboard. We are day trading right now. We have a short on the SPY, a short on the SOX, or a long on SOXS, and a short on Coin, and a short on Amazon. But Microsoft's acting well now. NVDA is pushing up. Markets are firming up. So semis are going lower here. Sorry, the SOXS is going lower. Semis are going higher. SPY's into a little bit of a double top. Dollars at a kind of a double bottom. CMND is trying to push up, sitting at 465. We are up a little bit on the position, up about 8.97%, but I'm looking for more. I don't want to be shaken out too early. It's been super, super whippy in and around this area, but it seems that every time the SPY declines, CMND rallies, kind of that pure biotech play. Pure biotech play. We're seeing the SPY still consolidating, hasn't broken that previous high that we just added to our short. Obviously, we're out of the money, but the SPY is super, super extended right now. CMND, again, we're close on the IWM to target. My target is 184.62. 184.62 on the SPY. Or sorry, on the IWM. That is a short target. IWM, if it hits 184.62, we're about 42 cents away. That is an absolute short target in my opinion. You have the Russell outperforming everything up 2.5%, SPY up 0.6, and the Qs are up 0.3%. Still weakness in Microsoft and some other mega caps. Tesla just turned green a moment ago, but finding some sellers now. So the CMD is up 34.2%. The pre-market high was all the way up here at 536. So will we see a test of that pre-market high again? Oh, big dip there. Big dip on CMD, and then it's getting wicked back up. SPY is still hovering at the high. We're creating a little bit of a broadening formation. And again, it's not a matter of how markets open. It's a matter of how they close. Strong open. Will we have a strong close? That's the real kicker here. All right, Russell's approaching. It's about 30 cents away from target, 28 cents. So the Russell's still pushing up. Russell is still pushing up. Hour ago. And we're almost hitting target. So 184.60 is the target. Anywhere in that range, 184.60 to 184.65. That's the short level on the Russell that I'm looking for. Let's look at the SPY. Whoops. Okay, the dollar's testing the lows. NVIDIA is pushing up, negating that head and shoulders. Semiconductors are pushing up as a whole. Russell's almost at target. S&P's still climbing here. So this is the broadening formation occurring on the S&P, where you have this megaphone pattern. That's your center point. And there's a big chance we could chop down to the low end of the range, but markets are still trending right now, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. How you doing? All right, so we're just waiting on the markets here. The Russell's almost to target. The SPY is finding some sellers on volume at the top end of that broadening formation wedge. I'm interested in shorting the IWM, but it hasn't hit my target yet. Maybe being a little bit of a stickler for pennies here. IWM coming down. Still ND. Still long CMND. That one's trying again to break out. We will see if it is successful this go around. But it's squeezing. I mean, once it does break out past this 495 level, it probably could have a big move to 536 and maybe even higher from there. So we're just waiting patiently. The markets are just grinding higher at this point in time. Markets are grinding higher at this point in time. Gold is outperforming today, almost making new all-time highs on gold. Very, very interesting. All right, Russell's almost hitting target there, guys. The Russell's about to hit target. It is right at that level. The IWM. Sorry, I'm shorting it IWM right here. I just got filled on my short at 184.61. 184.61. So we're now in a short on the Russell 2000 small caps. Now there is another secondary level that it could get to, which is gap fill. So we will add there if it starts to push higher. So we are short the IWM. Microsoft still pushing up. All right, so one of the viewers wanted to listen to Tesla, so I can pull up the Tesla chart just really speaking. All right, so Tesla had its Cybertruck release. It was bearish in the pre-market. It's substantially. So positive price action for Tesla. You did have the break of this neckline, head and shoulders trigger. You've been coiling and consolidating. That is technically bullish for Tesla. The only downside is I would love to see it fill this gap, retrace to the daily 200 for a long entry. But right now it's consolidating. Technically speaking, you're marking lower highs. But as soon as you take out this high, Tesla could be on watch for a continuation move breakout to the upside. We all know how Tesla moves very, very fast. So definitely it's at a 50-50 point here where it could go lower, could go higher. You're recapturing the short-term 50-day moving average, which technically is a bullish sign. But Tesla is definitely one that is sensitive to the economy, sensitive to news. Cybertruck is technically headwinds for the overall CapEx spending for the company. But right now it's got some momentum behind it with that release. Obviously, the indices are super, super accelerated. Tesla is one of the mega caps that is the weakest out of all the mega caps. It is not making 52-week highs. It has not done so this year. So definitely take that with a grain of salt, because if the market starts to sell off, Tesla's not going to be immune. I still have it priced in Tesla going to this target 1 and then target 2. I would likely buy Tesla for a swing trade if we flushed into this target 2. Now there is, since we are making lower highs, you have to be really mindful that if you break, whichever way you break this wedge, since we've been coiling in it for several months, it's going to get a big groove. So rather just wait for a big directional break, either at the top end or the low end. Obviously, you can buy the low end and short the high end with tight stop losses in place. Really big resistance there. We should see some selling, but this is just in squeeze mode. Look at the green candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green 20-minute candles in a row, consecutive. So big moves here on the SPY. Tesla's actually starting to roll over just a little bit. Amazon softening, SPY's softening. The Russell softening off of that level that we shorted at. So we'll see if we can get some downside momentum, at least some profit taking in on this Friday. Again, it's not a matter of how markets open, it's a matter how they close. But look at this grind all day longer, all day. A little bit of a negative divergence occurring. I just want to keep watching the SPY since it's the main ETF. SPY is up 0.66%. The Russell's up 2.76%. Another massive rally on Wall Street for the Russell 2000 indice. Bitcoin still is not able to close above that pre-market or that pre-cycle all-time, that cycle high around 38,833. It's trying, but it has not been able to confirm above that level yet. Dollar's still weak at the lows of the session, which is why markets are holding near the highs. Semiconductors are still holding up okay. Again, you've had many consecutive green candles in the market. Odds are for a pullback or some sort of consolidation. So the IWM Russell's acting well off of that level. We were patient. We gave you that level a couple hours before. It's still very strong, the indice, but it is acting well off of this level. So we'll see if we can get some continuation. The big support on the Russell is probably going to come in around this pivot zone here. Let's see if that matches up with a fib retrace. So we're going to take the whole up move of the Russell, which started down here. Actually, let me just go to a smaller term time frame here. Look at that move on the Russell. All right, so if we do a fib retrace from that low wick all the way to the high wick, you can see the Russell still. This is just from today, this move. What an astounding move in the Russell. So even the small retrace takes you back down to 183. So since this is the leading indice, we're just going to watch it closely. Still holding an Amazon short, CMD, CMND long, which we're in the money on that. Coin is squeezing up here some more. SPY's starting to roll over a little bit. Dollar's still at the lows. Yields are down substantially. The 2 years down 2.5%. The 10 years down 2.2%. And small caps are absolutely loving it along with gold. Gold is absolutely loving it. IWM starting to sell a little bit more now. Still holding an Amazon short. IWM short. Coin short. Coin short is kicking our ass right now, so I apologize about that one. But even at these levels, it's a good swing short in my opinion. Especially if Bitcoin finds rejection. I am seeing the dollar trying to gain a little bit of momentum. The VIX is catching a small little minor bid. Watching it closely. All right, big drop on the SPY there. IWM is also dropping pretty precipitously from those highs. Still holding an SOXS long. So if the SPY closes inside Friday's wick high at 458, that's going to be a super bearish signal. That won't be a good sign for the markets if they can't hold here. All right, so the Russell's falling. Microsoft's coming down a little bit. So definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. I host a swing trading service. We already banked on a 12% winner today. We've already taken a couple other trades which are deep in the money. These are swing trades. So tradingcapital.ca. I do have a Discord where I post daily analysis videos for my members, insider buying and selling, the trades that really are influential in terms of insider buying and selling. And then often I give them exclusive live access to some streams. Right now I'm just doing some free streams, but members do get access to some exclusive live streams. So the Russell's now up 2.68. Gold is at 2067. It's trying to make gold is really taking advantage, sensing a Fed pivot. Super extended in the short term here, but it's looking like it wants to pierce the all-time cycle high, which it's gunning for right now. You can see these trend lines. Big move in gold here. Will it get rejected? If gold goes straight into this double top in the next couple days and gets rejected, it's a so I'm seeing Bitcoin starting to weaken just a tad. This is the SPY ETF. Dollar's still at the lows of the session, testing double bottom. So watching the SPY, still holding my Amazon short, still holding my SOXS, Still holding an IWM short in the money. But I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more. So the Russell's still acting well off of our short level that we took. NVIDIA's softening up just a little bit here, still holding near the highs of its session day today, but it is starting to wane and weaken just ever so slightly. Heavy volume coming in, that CMD again. Heavy volume. It's been rejected at breaking out now several times. It's still trying. SPY putting in a 1 minute bear flag, 2 move lower. EMA 113 is at the 458.46 level. That's where I think the SPY gets a short-term bounce, just a short term. Russell still coming down. The dollar just made a new low. So now the dollar just made a new low, but the indices are still selling. So that's the first little divergence we've seen pretty much all day. Typically when the Dixie's falling, the markets are rallying. That's what the correlation we've seen all day. But right now the Dixie still just made a new low and the markets are still seeing some downside pressure. All right, another attempt at breaking out here for CMND. Another little attempt at breaking out. We will see if it can. So since we rejected here, gone down, made a higher low, if we break out this, we're definitely going to test double top. So watching that closely on CMND. Here we go. Heavy volume on that 2 minute, 1 minute candle for CMND. Heavy volume coming in. Can we get the breakout? Come on. Still optimistic that we get that pre-market high test. Just with the strength in the market, how it's been, there's a lot of liquidity flowing around, a lot of momentum, a lot of exuberance today, even though the markets are pulling off of the highs. Liquidity is trying to find a home for small caps, junks, and these biotechs. They're certainly can move. So we're up nicely on that position. Still just monitoring the indices. IWM's breaking down some more. So CMD is diverging. This is what I said we needed to wait. CMD tends to move as the indices break down. Heavy volume coming in on CMD. This is heavy volume coming in, retesting this high. We're up 14%. I want more. I'm holding through this. I might be being greedy. Oh, look at that dump. SPY is coming to the broadening formation wedge. Remember where I said it's going to test that broadening formation wedge? So you're coming into that area right now as we speak. Come on, CMD. Hold steady. Hold steady. We want to see a breakout of these highs. I'm still holding my Russell short, my Amazon short in the money, my SOXS long, my SPY short slightly out of the money, and my coin short. So, and then that CMD long. Okay, so we're long SOXS, we're long CMND, we are short Amazon, we are short the Russell, and we are short the SPY. So SPY still hasn't hit the bottom of that broadening formation. It's acting very, very close to doing so. Still waiting on CMND, looking poised to potentially break out here. Come on, CMND. Whoa. All right, dollar is still at the low, so the markets are selling with no dollar bounce. Yields are still down drastically, so what is causing this market to sell if it's not the dollar and it's not the yields? Just simple technical profit taking, perhaps? Perhaps. Come on, CMD. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. CMND. Russell's still selling. We're deep in the money on that trade. Amazon, we're flat. SPY, we're slightly out of the money by about, what is that, quarter percent or so. Come on, CMD. Get your butt up there. We're up still 12%, but I want more. Hoping for a move all the way up here, double top. But this is finding rejection here. There's definitely some rejection coming into play here. All right, the dollar just made new lows. Dollar just made new lows. Wow, it's going to push gold higher here. Gold is going to go for all-time highs probably. It's now 1:16 on the time frame. Markets are still in a very strong technical uptrend, but definitely pulling off from the highs. We're still hanging on to some shorts here. I am seeing some weakening in the trend. Oh, if we can just get CMND to break out and really start to squeeze. There's a lot of names that are squeezing today. You have the likes of FSR, Carvana, Path, Ultimune, which was earlier move. Lots of names that are in squeeze mode today, just with the broad strength in the market. The dollar's just getting absolutely slaughtered here. So that's helping Bitcoin. Bitcoin's retesting that previous pivot high. Been coiling all morning. Very, very tight wedge pattern. Lots of accumulation patterns have been occurring. Come on, CMND, squeeze it. All right, S&P's trying to bounce now. GDX is continuing to trend. Whoa, Bitcoin's breaking out here. Bitcoin's breaking out yet again, challenging that previous high here. So Bitcoin's trying to make a big, big move up. Oil just took a massive dump. So weird things going on. Dollar's breaking down. Oil's breaking down. It really seems like something under the economy is breaking. Oil's giving up with a strong, even though the dollar's dumping. So oil's looking like a short here. So things are breaking in the commodity markets in some aspects, which are kind of breaking some very, very high correlations. Bitcoin's starting to surge some more now. So Bitcoin is trying to break out yet again, attempting breakdown. Look at that move down. I'll pull up the right copper chart momentarily. So we still have a bear flag forming on the indices. Bear flag forming on the indices. That might be the wrong copper chart as well. Ah, copper is starting to break. Interesting. Let's see what the SPY is doing here. Ooh, CMND. It's moving. It's moving up some more. Here we go. We got a nice 10-minute clean breakout. This is where it enters squeeze mode. If we can just hold above these levels, CMND will really start to squeeze here. Heavy volume coming in yet again. Heavy volume coming in. Oof, big down candle now. This is a big fight here. All right, markets are breaking. Another bear flag trigger on the IWM. Bitcoin might be stalling out here. Dollar's trying to bounce just a little bit. Come on, CMD, breaking and basing off of this previous resistance. You're now turning it into support. We need to hold above this trend line. We consolidate. We could make a big move up. So we're breaking and basing above the previous resistance. We've rejected that resistance now 3 times today. Today's another test at that resistance. Let's see if we can get some momentum to the upside. We're up nicely. We are up nicely. I want to see this one squeeze. Heavy volume coming into play. Big time volume coming in on CMND. Coin starting to roll. Bitcoin potential failed breakout. Russell bear flag. S&P bear flag on the 1 minute. Still holding an Amazon short. Still holding a IWM short in the money. Still holding a SPY short out of the money. Still holding a coin short out of the money. Still holding an SOXS. We're flat. Here, let's see CMD squeeze. Pre-market high is all the way up here, guys. We bust through that. Then we're looking at the 680 level and higher. There's a major gap fill at 1189. That would be a double. All right, we're starting to push up here. We are starting to push on CMND. We're up big. We're up nicely here. We're going for that pre-market high. We're going for that pre-market high. Let's see if we can get there. That would be a 26% gain. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Come on, baby. Come on. We're almost there, guys. We're breaking. We've been consolidating all day off of this level. This is a big push here on CMD. We're squeezing here. We're squeezing up. Let's go. Come on. Oof, there's some sellers stepping in there. That's okay. We should see some more. We should see some more. We're going to break and base. We're doing the break and base test right on that previous resistance. Oh, it's selling. It's selling. Heavy volume coming in. Let's see if we get one more pop up here. We did get a positive 10-minute candle. This 10-minute candle still has 6 minutes and 50 seconds left. I'm seeing Bitcoin getting rejected at the highs. Come on, can we keep this level on CMND? GDX is starting to weaken a little bit here. CMND needs to get back above that previous resistance. If we get back above 490-ish, around here, we're still likely to move higher. It is getting bought back up. So heavy accumulation. If that sell side pressure gets negated, we're going to see it probably squeeze. But there's definitely some sellers coming into play around that technical level. Come on, CMD. Get up there. Get your butt up there. We're still up on the trade about 15%. I do believe there's more, though. The signs I'm seeing. I could be wrong. Russell's getting a pop. S&P's getting a pop. NVDA, Bitcoin, everything's getting a pop now. So again, this CMND is kind of moving inverse to the market. seems to be moving inverse to the market. That was a heavy volume candle on that CMD. It's up 36%. Volume is still creeping up. It's in the 7 million range, way above average. You know, the average volume on CMD is trading right around that, what is it? 1 million. That's its average volume. So we're 7 times Russell is doing now, since that's the leading indice on the session. Ooh, big fall there on the Russell. Look at that. Look at that. Still holding an Amazon short, a Russell short, a SPY short, and a coin short. Coin, we're out of the money, but that one could come down, specifically if Bitcoin keeps getting rejected at this all-time high or the cycle high. CMND is still just hovering at this level. Dollar's still weakening at the lows of the session. So the SPY is still up 0.5%. QQQ is up 0.26%. We are just shorting Russell, shorting SPY, shorting long the SOXS. We're long CMND. We're shorting coin. We'll see if we can get some more downside in this market. So far, the SPY is putting in a potential bear flag over the EMA 113. It's at some minor support, but still very extended. All this sell-off in the indices, this little sell-off happened on dollar falling, making new lows. So that's kind of a little bit of a negative divergence, in my opinion. Dollar's still at the low. Yields are still getting absolutely slaughtered. The 10 years down 2.56%. The 2 years down 2.84%. Why are yields falling so much? Is there another banking crisis? Is there a recession? Is there a global recession? Is it just the Fed pivot? Historically, when yields start to top, that's where you get the most downside price action in the indices. If the SPY closes back below the major high pivot of 458.32, that's super bearish for the S&P 500. All right, you're seeing the Russell breaking down some more. Look at this little bear flag that formed on the SPY, and now it's breaking. So if we just do simply a measured move calculation from that high to that low to that high pivot, you could see 458 on the SPY. Keep that on watch. That's right at our short level, basically. All right, SOXS is moving higher. Microsoft's coming down. Even Apple's falling from the highs now. Dollar's still at the lows of the session, 103.15. I have a big support at 102.98. That would imply a fall of roughly 0.17% from current levels. Now again, this little sell-off in the indices has happened on a falling dollar. That's the divergence that I keep mentioning, because it's breaking the trend that has been happening all day. Markets were rallying off of a falling dollar. Now markets are falling off of a falling dollar. Whenever the pattern and behaviors change in the market, you have to be observant of that, because it means something underlyingly. For instance, oil and the dollar have a over 90% correlation. The dollar is getting absolutely crushed today, and oil is also getting crushed now. So what is the leading commodity in the world telling us? Perhaps a slowdown, perhaps a recession, perhaps economic demand waning. We also got to pay attention to copper and lumber, which I'll discuss with my members later over the weekend. But again, it's not a matter of how the markets open, it's how they close. And right now, we're having a pretty big fall. We're still holding an Amazon short, SOXS long, CMNDS long. Look at this. And I warned you hours in advance of this massive level. I'll actually do a little bit of a teachable moment as to how I got that Russell level, that IWM short level, because I told it, I gave you that 184.60 to 65 level basically when we're all the way down here at 183, the low 183s. And I will show you how I got that calculation once the market starts to slow down a little bit. We're seeing maybe a low in the dollar right now. It's trying to recapture some short-term moving averages. Still super weak. SOXS is in the money. Amazon is in the money. IWM is in the money. SPY is out of the money. And coin is out of the money. So what's gold saying? Gold is at $2,070. Wow. It's gunning for that all-time high. Gold is outperforming silver. That's showing that it's not a true rally. It's more of a fear-based rally in gold and a weakening in the dollar. Usually silver outperforms gold on a 2 to 3 to 1 ratio. And gold is outperforming silver right now on about a 2 to 1 ratio, 2.5 to 1 ratio. So when that happens, you want to deduce and find out, okay, what causes silver to rally? What causes gold to rally? What causes silver to rally is a strong economy and some fear of inflation and monetary troubles. What causes gold to rally? A weakening dollar, fear. When gold is outperforming silver, it likely means that there's fear. Carry is actually trying to break out here. Big volume candle. So it doesn't seem to be regionals right now, but it's interesting to see gold outperforming silver by such a drastic margin today. So SPY could be forming now a head and shoulders. Actually, if you look here on the 1 minute, you can arguably say we triggered a head and shoulders. Let me actually just remove this. Didn't even notice that. But basically you have your head, your left shoulder. You have triggered the neckline. Retrace is likely. And then we'll see if we get rejected or if we hold that level. Bitcoin's coming down just a little bit. Dollar's starting to curl up a little bit. That's going to apply more pressure to the major indices. We're coming up into our fib zone, our 382 fib. So it's now 1:30 time frame. Indices have pulled off substantially from the highs. A couple bearish patterns that have triggered on the 1 minute chart. Still fighting a strong technical uptrend, but definitely a little bit of a retrace lower is in store. SPY's retracing to the neckline. The Russell could be forming its invert or its head and shoulders pattern right now. You can see that the Russell's actually forming a potential right shoulder here, and your neckline would be here. So we warned you about this was the first bounce level. We're getting a small bounce here now, but the big question is, do we start to break this neckline and trigger it? Once we do, or if we do, then we can break down here. NVIDIA's falling some more now. All right, so let's see if it is slowly starting to get rejected off that neckline. Big, excuse me. S&P got rejected off that neckline. Clear technical. This is a clinical retrace rejection on volume. Downside pattern is in play. We're still holding short Amazon. We're still holding short coin. We're still holding long CMND. It's trying to break out and hold. We're still holding short the Russell 2000. Let's move along to the Russell to see if we're going to break that neckline. Still holding a long on SOXS. Okay, so we are holding longs and shorts in this market. Our long trade on CMND, we're up 11.81%. I'm only carrying 1,250 shares, one entry. I'm up about $635 on this trade, 12%, but I want some more. I think I can squeeze some more. Typically, a 12% on a day trade is you snag that. You typically don't stay in it, but I'm seeing some heavy signs of accumulation in this market, and how CMND is reacting is it's moving up as the indices are falling. So it's kind of that counterintuitive. Let's see our Amazon, because Amazon's printing. So we just triggered. So Amazon, we never ever got wicked out. We are still banking on our short trade. So our average on Amazon is sitting at 146.76 all the way up here. We're about to test pre-market high at 146.28. Still holding downside. IWM. IWM is still teetering on that neckline now. Dollar's trying to move up slightly, ever so slightly. So semis were slightly in the money by about 3 cents per share. Still waiting on CMND. coin is starting to sell now along with Bitcoin. Russell did trigger that head and shoulders, so just be mindful. The Russell did trigger that head and shoulders. We could see a big flush in this market. Imagine the S&P goes red again. Imagine the Qs are about to go red again. This could just be a big rope and dope, sucking new liquidity in and then making them bag holders and selling it. Because like I said, it's not a matter of how the markets open, it's how they close. We had a super strong open, massive strong open, probably one of the strongest opens for the Russell in December. And now it's starting to wane and trigger some potentially bearish patterns. So let's watch it closely. Quite substantially right now on it, but I'm seeing these higher lows forming. We're up 12.5% on CMND. And I'm seeing these accumulations. We've just been rejected at this previous pivot once, twice. We almost got through it. Over here, pre-market is all the way up at 536. That was the high. And again, the higher lows that I'm seeing, basically if we take away all these moving averages just to clean up the chart, the higher lows that we are forming really are still technically in play. Sorry, I'm trying to move my chart, but my mouse is acting all wonky. So those are the higher lows we're making on CMND. IWM is trying to push up a little bit more now. So believe it or not, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes negative based off of this bearish pattern. It would not surprise me. Basically for our coin shorts, day trade short, to get in the money, it needs to fall another 1.3%. It's up over 6.1. So we need less than 1/6 of the retrace of this current move in order to be break even, which should occur, especially if we see continued weakness in the markets. Oil's still hanging on, breaking down, triggering a massive bear flag on oil chart. All right, SPY is pushing up here. Potential retrace to the neckline coming into fruition. We'll see if we get rejected again.
Okay, guys, let me do our daily public service announcement. After today, take withdrawals.
The dollar did put in a 10-minute bottoming tail and a 20-minute. Trying to move up off of the lows right now. So again, we have to assume what caused this market rally was the dollar falling and yields falling. What can cause the market to sell is the dollar rallying. The dollar's been weak all day, except for in the pre-market. NVIDIA is almost back to the negative side, finding some support here.
I saw how I do a little trim. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know that that's necessarily done by any means, but these are leverage. You know, so you want to be a little cautious of that. If it's an optional account, like Meta 325 call 0 DTE. Maybe sell my risk.
Microsoft is still down 1.43% after Tesla was down over 2. It rallied back to the green. Now it's back down 0.89%. So lots of volatility today. The VIX is down though.
I'd like to sell, please.
SPY is finding some more sellers.
7.5% day. It's pretty solid. It's solid. And I got almost 7.5% of it. So that's gonna happen.
Gold is actually looking like a short day trade and swing trade short. You've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 20-minute green candles in a row. That's 220 minutes of consecutive upside without any pullback. Getting very extended on the intraday chart as well as the daily chart. Looking for a first divergence. It's trying to make a new little all-time high. What is the all-time high on gold again? I believe it was around that 2080 mark, I believe. Let's just see. I'm just working on my other screens here. But yeah, around 2081 bucks, that's the all-time high on gold. All right, markets are still continuing to fall just a little bit here. Amazon's holding up, Microsoft's bouncing, Apple's looking a little bit weaker at this moment, potentially losing its trend. Gold's pushing up. Waiting for an explosive move. Will we get it? Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. Here it comes. Heavy volume. Heavy volume's coming in. Heavy volume's coming. We're attempting another breakout here. Looking for a move up above the $5 level. Can we hold above $5? If we can, we should see a squeeze. We could see a squeeze up to 646. 536 is your pre-market. We blast through 536 and we'll see a whole dollar squeeze all the way up to 646. So we're up 13.94% on that CMND position. We're breaking basing again, another attempt at a break and base. Let's see how it shapes up. Gold is trying to make, this is probably the next short. If gold makes a higher high above the intraday high, it's a short because you'll start having a divergence. So if it pushes, all right, CMD is pushing. Let's see if we can hold this $5 level. We are starting to pump it up here. Let's go. Test that pre-market high. We're up 18.4%. It's a fast mover. It's a fast mover. We're up almost. Come on, baby. Push through the resistance. You know you want to. Oh, big wick down there. Big wick down. Still lots of pressure coming in on the buy side, even with these sellers here. Huge volume coming into play on CMND. We clear this 511 level and we should see a big snap move up to pre-market and then potentially that 646 level. But let's just be clear, market is in squeeze mode across various names, so that's why I'm holding this trade a little bit longer than usual. All right, NVIDIA's almost back to the negative side. Just going to flip this to the 2-minute chart. 1 minute's a little wonky to watch this particular stock move. Too many gaps. Big volume though. Big volume. Come on, breaking base. Breaking base above this area. It's trying very hard to do so. See, now the markets are moving up. It seems like I said, every time the markets fall, this stock gets a bid. The Russell's back above the neckline. So we have a new neckline. S&P still below. Dollar's still trying to curl just a little bit. Dollar's trying to curl. Watch the CMD closely. It could start to squeeze. We're in a wedge pattern, making higher lows. Break and basing above a previous resistance. Now we're if we can consolidate, this is going to be a big mover. Super risky, this stock. It is a lower volume name, getting a big spike on volume on news. Tesla's down 1% now. Come on, let's exhaust all these sellers. The sellers are slowly running out, it seems. We're nowhere near the overbought scenario on the RSI. Yesterday's heavy reversal candle on volume has been negated by today's volume session. So we've traded much more volume than yesterday's reversal. So there's a great shot that this thing could start to move. We've been patient all day. It's very difficult to control your emotions through these high flyers when you're gaining 5%, 10% here and there. Super difficult to do. It's been an emotional roller coaster. You just got to trust your technicals and your patterns and your higher lows. And we're starting to squeeze. Can we squeeze? Come on, baby. Get up there. Come on. Russell's breaking down. NVIDIA's breaking down. NVIDIA's almost negative. NVIDIA's now negative. NVIDIA's now negative. So markets are continuing to sell here. Heavy volume still coming in. CMND. I'm just going to flip back to the Russell just so we can see what is transpiring here. I'm watching CMND on my other screen along with many other tickers. Amazon, we're still short. SOXS, we're long. Coin, we're short. Short the SPY. We're almost, after that SPY trade was going against us all day, we're basically almost back to the break-even flat side. We're basically almost back to the break-even flat side. All right, CMND is squeezing some more now, guys. CMND is squeezing some more. We're up at 505. We're holding above that $5. So the previous two times we held above the $5 level for 4 minutes. Now we're squeezing. Here we go. Look at this. Come on. New highs. We're banking. Come on, baby. Squeeze some more. You know you want to. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Come on, baby. This one's definitely some heavy accumulation. It could break through this pivot. We're now holding above the $5 mark for 4 minutes, just like we did in this previous zone over here before rejection came in. Is this time different? Are we going to break above? Oh, they're trying to push us back down now.
1140.
So you can see we're still above this previous resistance. As long as we hold that, we still have the ability to squeeze higher. Come on, squeeze there. Heavy volume again. Pushing up. We need to break this resistance. At the very least, we can consolidate in here. But this name should start to squeeze. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. CMND. Get your butt up there. We've been patient all day long. Our patience should be rewarded. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We're up tremendously now. We're up over 17.5%. Come on, CMD. I want some more. I might be being greedy, but I think we have been patient all day for this high flyer, and I love this setup. So what I'm going to do, my plan here, if we hit this pre-market high, I'm going to sell half. I may even hold on to a little bit longer because we do have this other little pivot zone right around here, which was yesterday's high. So I'm going to look to trim profits as soon as we get up to pre-market high or above, and then I'll move a stop loss in the position and let the rest run. And honestly, I'm okay holding this one overnight just based off of the technicals, the clinical data that it just had released. So we're consolidating above that $5 level. This is now the 6th minute that we're above. So when you look at this previous time, we got rejected after 4 minutes. 2-4 rejection. We've now had 2-4. We're holding above, which is showing that the sellers are slowly starting to wane. So markets are pushing up here. The SPY is pushing up. Russell's pushing up. The SPY still trigger that head and shoulders, which we have to be cognizant of. Still technically a bearish pattern intraday, but the market's strong. Dollar's weak. Yields are weak. Right now, I have seen NVDA go back negative, but now it's positive. So it's kind of just fighting this area. Bitcoin's getting rejected at that previous high yet again. Apple's been pretty much strong all day. Meta's starting to bounce off the lows and trying to break above a key pivot zone. Still short the semis, still short Amazon. Bitcoin's coming in now. Oil's weak on the session. Something's wrong with the oil market. It's signaling something to us. Perhaps the bond market with the yields dropping and oil dropping is signaling a slowing of the economy, recession. Historically speaking, I know biotech stocks do really well when the economy is weakening. Be right back. All right, so we're just still seeing our short payout on the Russell. We're in the money, out of the money on our coin, out of the money on our SPY. Still holding GMND long. We're up nicely on that. So we're just hopefully going to see that one. See that this rallies as the market falls. This falls as the market rallies. So if the market sees some downside, this name should see some more upside. IWM is just weakening a little bit here. I am seeing Bitcoin again. Just pull up the chart here. Obviously, you had your all-time or your cycle high breakout. The big thing I'm waiting for on Bitcoin is, do we close above these previous pivot zones? So this was your previous pivot high, which was around 38,450. Do we close above that today? There's still lots of time left in this candle, but that's what I'm watching. A close above that area is going to be the big level that we need to see. But again, I am seeing Bitcoin pull off from the highs here, getting rejected. It is getting rejected, even with the dollar still weak. Coin starting to break a little bit of a trend. That one could start to come in the money for us. Still waiting on our SPY, still shorting Amazon, flat on Amazon. Still long SOXS. Dollar's still at the lows. Bitcoin's still selling here, putting pressure on coin. Come on, CMD. Get your butt back up there. All right, CMD is trying to potentially break and roll over here. Still some lower highs, still accumulation I'm seeing. Watching it closely. All right, SPY's pushing up some more now. IWM's looking a little bit weak. The Russell 2000 that we have to really pay attention to. Hey, sorry guys. Go over Tesla, please. Do you think NVIDIA will top? Yeah, answer that. Hello first. I'll go over Tesla there for you, Sean. Just give me 1 second. So the Russell 2000 here, obviously we had that original head and shoulders where it got back above, so technically it negates it. Now we got to use this pivot zone. We break this pivot zone because this is a bigger right shoulder. We could still see some mega downside in the Russell. You know, you could see it move down to 183. We're obviously shorting up here, so we're holding strong. All right, Tesla, are you looking for a swing trade there, Sean? Or are you looking, sorry, is your name? Let me just, yeah, Sean T. Are you looking for a swing trade or a day trade on Tesla? Keep in mind, you have a little mini head and shoulders. You broke your neckline intraday. This is just small time analysis. Broke your intraday. Now you have what appears to be a potential M-top pattern in Tesla. You know, you have your rounding left shoulder, big head, potentially carving out a right shoulder here. Neckline is down here. So watch it closely for a right shoulder development. Markets are trending up a little bit. So Tesla's obviously going to get a bounce, but this is technically a short. If you retrace back to this flat bottom, that's a short on Tesla. I remain, and while I'll show you, flip on the daily chart. First of all, the markets are extended. Tesla's really been no day trade. Okay, so swing trade, investment kind of thing. Here's what Tesla's doing. So there's a couple interesting patterns here. On the bullish side, okay, you have this potential inverse head and shoulders forming. This pattern is only valid if you break and get a daily close above this neckline, okay? Now, the negative for Tesla is if you draw this trend line across, it's making lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. You got rejected there. So that is the bear sentiment, the bear side. The bearish aspect too is the market is super extended, and it definitely could see some downside if the market starts to falter. So Tesla is going to be a market trade, but you are still technically making lower highs. And just with where the overall markets are, I would say that we are favoring more continuation downside. But the big question is, you know, which way does this wedge pattern break on Tesla? You're kind of in no man's land. You can buy the low, you can short the high, and then just using a tight stop loss on that trade. But SPY is trying to still consolidate sideways, moving a little bit higher. NVIDIA's back to green. Tesla's still red. SPY did trigger that head and shoulders pattern. You know, Russell is about to test the neckline of its head and shoulders pattern. What the fuck? So SPY is just breaking down a little bit here. SPY, Russell's triggering the neckline of the head and shoulders, so the Russell's breaking down here. The Russell is potentially breaking down here. So the Russell's still trying to move lower here. SPY, big down candle there. Sell side pressure, I'm not too sure where that came from. NVIDIA is about to flip negative again. Hopefully that analysis helped there on Tesla, Sean. What indicator are you using on top of your chart? That's just the RSI, but be careful using the RSI. Reason being is it's very tricky to use. Just because something is oversold or overbought doesn't mean it's going to bounce or fall. What I'm going to encourage you, Sean, is use the RSI, but learn what a negative and positive divergence is. It's something I teach my members. I go over my daily analysis videos, but the RSIs really should only be used with negative and positive divergences. You shouldn't use it. It's a very tough indicator to use because the timing aspect of it. Just because the RSI say hits the, if I put it here, just because say the RSI hits the low, doesn't necessarily mean that's the low. Or if it's the high up here, doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the high. There's often overshoot, continuation. So it's a very tricky indicator to use, but definitely Google or go on a YouTube video, or you can check out my Trading Capital Discord to see what a positive divergence means and a negative divergence means. If I have time today, I'll go over it. No promises yet, but I'll try to go over. I'm just in a few trades right now, so I'm just trying to man these positions. So I'm still holding an SOXS position. I'm seeing a potential emulation here. If we break this neckline, semis are going to be in for a little bit of trouble here. You break that neckline and semis should be in for a little bit of trouble. All right, SPY is still trying to push up here. Dollar's still weak. You have the Russell testing the neckline of the head and shoulders. It breaks that 183.80 level, and you could see a pretty sharp move down. All right, markets are still trying to grind higher here. You did get a nasty hourly topping tail on the SPY ETF. We're still holding strong though. You're welcome, Sean. I appreciate it. Hopefully that helps. Any other people in the chat looking at any tickers that they want me to go over? You know, we're still short semis, long SOXS, short Amazon, short SPY, short of Russell. Russell are in the money. We're short coin. We're long that CMND, which had a big fall, but now starting to move back up. All right, SPY is starting to come back down again. Oil's still breaking down. Oil's down now 2%. Russell's moving up. SPY's still consolidating. Meta's acting well. NVIDIA's starting to weaken a little bit more now. All right, the dollar's trying to push up, so we may see the next down leg start in the indices. SPY is putting in some distribution patterns here. Looks like it's running out a little bit of momentum. Approaching that 230 time frame. SPY Russell still moving. NVIDIA's weakening. So semis are under a little bit more pressure as of now. All right, NVIDIA is breaking a little mini 5-minute bear flag. Semiconductors are potentially going to break out of that inverted head and shoulders that I showed you. So if semis are weak, it should apply pressure on the Qs and a break above this neckline, and we get a pretty decent move up here. Wait till that neckline loads. SPY's still pushing. Russell's pushing. Dollar's now breaking up, so this is where things get interesting here. And now you're starting to test the high end of this range. So the dollar clears this level. We are going to probably test this next high pivot zone. So watching that closely. Meta is still acting super strong. NVIDIA is still coming down. Weakness in semis are creeping in. That generally is a telltale sign for the market. Weakness in semis definitely doesn't bode well for the Qs. We're still short SPY. We're still short Russell. We're long SOXS. We are short Amazon. We are short coin. And we're long CMND. CMND. SPY is breaking here. SPY is breaking. Still have a downside target. All right, dollar's breaking out of its bearish range. Its first bear range breakout of the day. Bitcoin's trying to catch a small little bid higher here. So we have an hour and a bit till market close. Will SPY close above its major reversal pivot on the daily? That's what I'm looking for. It's a very important close. Yields are still down. Keep in mind the price action in oil. As a consumer, it's great that oil is breaking down, but it's really not a healthy sign for the economy, specifically since oil is diverging from the US dollar today. We're now seeing gold selling. Gold is also selling now. IWM is still holding above its neckline. SPY still pushing. The oil target now looks like it wants to hit $68.90. So around that $69, that's the new target on oil. Just with this recent breakdown, oil's looking like it wants to head to 69 bucks. SPY's trying to break out here. Looking for a little bit of a continuation move higher. We're still below that neckline. Big test will be at this neckline. It's a very steep neckline, so it could grind up for quite a bit. We're now back in this bearish consolidation zone that broke us down before. We're at that same sort of level where you had that big reversal candle on volume. We'll see if we can chew through that or if markets get rejected there again. Still have an hour and 20 minutes left of trading. Bitcoin's trying to make a move higher again. Markets are selling off a little bit here. Meta's seeing some selling side pressure. Apple's starting to curl over. Microsoft starting to curl. SPY seeing some sellers step in. that semi-selling. We'll see if that comes into fruition. SPY's breaking. The IWM selling hard now. That inverted head and shoulders is on watch. Even you look at the IWM, which we are shorting right now. That one is also fading. Testing that neckline yet again. All right, SPY's getting a bounce here. Russell's still holding above that neckline. We got a 1 minute close on the Russell. We did get a 1 minute close, and you can argue that we actually broke it here. If you want to use this as the neckline, you can. I'd like to use this point here because it was rejection. For trading purposes, we can actually put both pivots, but you technically broke it here. Let's see if we get a late hour flush. Is it going to be power hour, sour hour? So markets open strong, trending all day. And ever since we hit that afternoon session, they've been in a downtrend. Dollar broke out of its downtrend. It's looking to actually trend higher. It's above 103.20 now on the charts, so dollar is pushing up some more. So dollar's continuing to climb here late in the session. The dollar is catching a bid off of the lows. Dollar's still pushing up here. Bitcoin's still pushing up, diverging from the dollar. You have oil getting a little spike. Gold is selling off now. Indices are still trying to push higher here. All right, so what is transpiring right now is you've had the dollar break out of its bearish range, trending higher. Markets haven't really reacted to the strength in the dollar. Maybe we see some sort of a late reaction come into play, but take a look at that. It's trending higher. You had your bearish range. You broke out. You're testing now this high end of this bearish range. So it's going to have some resistance really at these pivots now. Gold is still selling, which means the dollar should keep trending higher. All right, so you have oil moving up now. Apple's curling down, looking like it wants to attack the pre-market high at 190.43. Russell's coming down now, just a little bit. Seeing NVIDIA still super weak. Microsoft's trying to put in a higher low. Still weak on the session. You have NVIDIA still on the negative side. Dollar's negative. Russell's up 2.4. SPY's up 0.52. Qs are up 0.22%. NVIDIA is starting to curl over. NVIDIA and Tesla and Microsoft and AMD and semis have been a little weak, although there's still strength in the SOXX. The dollar's continuing to push. It's now at 103.27. So at some point, the indices, if the dollar keeps pushing up, it's going to cause it to react. You still have a potential inverted head and shoulders now on watch for the dollar. Hasn't triggered yet. Definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord, where I have a live trading service. I post daily analysis videos for my members. If you're needing help in this market, I'm definitely here to try to help educate. The biggest form of money and wealth is education. So we're still seeing Microsoft holding up here. Tesla's still looking weak. NVIDIA is still looking weak, but trying to bounce. Gold pulled off from the highs because the dollar has started to rally a little bit. We're now entering that 3 o'clock time frame where we could see the market start to, I believe it's going to fall. We've had a dollar bouncing. Markets haven't reacted. A head and shoulders pattern has triggered on the SPY 1 minute chart. Downside target has not been fulfilled. Semiconductors have triggered a potential inverted head and shoulders on, the SOXS has triggered an inverted head and shoulders on the 5 minute chart. You're waiting for confirmation though. But we're 7 minutes from power hour. So the Russell's now starting to weaken a little bit more. S&P's holding up though, and the Qs are holding up. So now you're seeing some capital rotating out of small caps back into the mega caps. Heavy volume coming in on the IWM. I repeat, heavy volume coming in on the IWM. I'll be right back. All right, so SPY is still trending upwards. Dollar's still pushing up as well. It's recapturing a lot of the gains that it lost. We're seeing strength coming in from the Qs now, though. QQQ strength. Amazon's pushing up. And forgive me, I'm just actually about to eat some food here, so Try to go silent in between. I'm probably going to have to end the stream around, call it 3:30, 3:45-ish. So big push there in the S&P. This is mainly from mega caps. QQQ's got a big push there. Qs are back green, 0.34%, up 0.34%, $1.32. SPY's up $2.66. Retracing now to the neckline on the Russell. Will we get rejected, or will it find some strength? SOXS got rejected at that neckline because of the big push in the market. Heavy volume coming in. Now is power hour, so let's see what type of action we get. We still had the indices moving up as the dollar's moving up. So the indices are not believing the dollar strength that's happened in this last little hour. But it's been a pretty good day trading session today, especially around that Fisker trade, FSR, that I called out for a banger over 12-13% on that trade. That was stellar.
Yes, sir. I had probably like at least 1,000% as well. Yeah, I have no doubt. I can see them all. I was just attracted to dude, a firm like crazy today too. Everything popped off. Firm. Those Unity calls are up 566%. Right about that. When I finished your spaces last time, I said, let me finish off one more banger. One more banger. Next time I'm actually holding long enough for it.
All right, so SPY seeing a little bit of selling pressure right now. Not too much, though. Still holding up. Tesla's hitting resistance here at the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart.
Swings are up 5,500. Absolutely nuts. All right. I love to see it. Jordan. Yeah, huge shout out. If it's not calling, but I mean, we're going to run it back Monday morning and Wednesday morning this coming week. Just absolute bangers. Oh my God. Yeah, Mikey just turned me green on the week with the meta play this afternoon. So shout out to Mikey. Everybody just listened to it. It's pretty fucking awesome. Dude, these Pan W calls. These Pan W calls. I think we added these on Tuesday for $2.57. They're trading at 18 and a half. God, that just makes me giggle, man. Oh my God, crazy. All right, I love it. Jordan, you want to drop a post to Peter Evan? Yeah, got you. Okay, cool. Wow. That's you, Khabib. What a week in the market. Wow, point up 7%. I should have taken those. I saw them up 4%. I was like, this has got to go today. But you know what? Sometimes you just got to watch and be happy. All right, with that being said, let's roll into it here. Talk a little recap of this week in the market. Talk about what's going on in our portfolios. I think things
All right, so we're starting to see some weakness creep back into Bitcoin, weakness creep back into Microsoft. Tesla's okay. NVIDIA's okay right now. Some weakness creeping back into Pfizer. Some semiconductors are seeing some sell side. Still stuck in this range on the Russell. We're still holding our short on the Russell from this 184.62 level where we got filled. 184.62. SPY is pulling off of the highs right now, so SPY is starting to come down just a tad. Heavy volume coming in there. All right, SPY is seeing a little bit of weakness creeping in here. Where's the selling coming from? Amazon seeing a hard 10-minute reversal. You have Meta coming down. 10-minute hanging man candle on Meta. So Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. NVIDIA is about to go negative again. This big dump on the SPY there. That was a pretty big dump. Big dump on the SPY there. Big dump coming in. Semiconductors are breaking out. SOXS are breaking out. So this is good for our shorts. Oof, big flush. Here comes the flush on SPY. Holy shit, here we're flushing. Come on, baby. Flush this fucking baby. Flush SPY, flush the Russell, flush the Qs. There should be some profit taking ahead of this. Bounce coming in. Head and shoulders target is all the way down here. Russell's testing the neckline break. We'll see if it breaks. SOXS is pumping hard now. So SOXS is pumping hard now. Big rejection on Tesla. Apple's putting in a 5-minute bear flag. 3 lower highs in place. If you break 190.84 on Apple, we could see a quick flush down to 190.43. All right, big bounce coming in the SPY there off of that dip. Heavy volume, heavy volume. I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. All right, so we're just getting a pulse on the markets again. SPY had that big dump, big bounce, potential lower high in place. We'll find out and see. Dollar is falling from the highs a little bit again. So that could be indicative. Maybe we see the markets continue to bounce. Taking a look at coin. Coin has been one of the standout stocks of the day with the strength in Bitcoin. Potentially forming a right shoulder here. You know, a long ways away from breaking the neckline, but we have to watch to see if this does break. You have your upsloping trend line. We'll see if that breaks. at all, or if it continues to push up. There is a big divergence occurring in coin. Big divergence.
Bear market, and I think that I actually started my portfolio January 15th of this year. Savvy Trader, relatively new platform, but this is a time that I'll pick.
SPY seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Seeing weakness in Tesla. There's a head and shoulders on Tesla 5-minute that's on watch for a bearish trigger. Watch that carefully. Amazon's coming in from the highs now. Bigger dump coming in on the SPY. Potential lower high. Volume is increasing at these areas. So it's a key zone. Apple's still holding up well. NVIDIA's okay, but trying to go back to the negative side. SPY right now is above that previous wick high, but if we get a close below 458.30, what is it, 458.32, that might lead to some bearish price action. So Tesla's still down 0.92%. Microsoft's well off of the lows, but down 1% on the session. Nvidia's flat. Apple's up 0.65. Qs are up 0.25%. SPY's up 0.5%. Russell's up 2.43%. Gold's up 1.65%, almost making new all-time highs today. Dollars down on the session. Yields are down drastically. Oil's down drastically on the session. So is there something fundamentally wrong with our economy? When the dollar breaks a high degree of correlation with oil, that's something I want to note. I'm going to be touching base a lot on this weekend analysis with my members. There's going to be lots to discuss. I have to review the sectors as a whole. We did pick up a few new trade ideas, both on the long and the short side, which I'll be touching base with my members. So if you're interested in finding out what those trades are, definitely visit my tradingcapital.ca website, where you can visit my Discord. I post daily analysis videos, weekly analysis videos for my members. They get access to all my trade entries, exits, profit, loss. Also, insider buying and selling has been interesting to track recently. I don't track everything, but I track the ones that stand out to me, the unusual buying and selling that I see in the charts. So SPY is still running into some near-term sell-side pressure. It's holding up okay though, but some sellers are starting to potentially take a little bit of presence in this market. That SOXS trade is starting to try to perk up again above that neckline. It's tested that area so many times, you have to think that it's likely going to get through that area very shortly. Time will tell. All right, so 40 minutes left in the market. 40 minutes left in the market. We're still holding a Russell short. I'm prepared to hold it overnight. I'm still holding an S&P short, which I will hold overnight. I'm expecting much, much more downside. Coin short. I'm holding an Amazon short. A couple new longs today. Holding an SOX long. I'm holding a CMND long as well. So SPY is trying to break down here. So your first big support will be here. Everything is still technically inside of this bearish candle. So this seller that caused this big down move is still technically in control. This is all inside bar action. The Russell's still hanging on. Qs are still hanging on as well. All right, NVIDIA is starting to try to curl up, but Apple's starting to curl down. Tesla's trying to curl up. Meta's trying to curl up. But remember, Meta got those couple 10-minute hanging bearish candles, hanging man candle. So we'll watch that closely. So to sum things up today, I mean, you've had massive strength in the small caps, primarily due to yields collapsing. You have to ask yourself, why did yields collapse so sharply today? What caused the yields to collapse? You know, the 10 years down 2.5, the 2 years down 2.7. Why are yields collapsing? And then ask yourself a better question. When yields start to collapse and start to turn from an uptrend to a downtrend, what does that mean? I'm just asking probing questions here, trying to get you to think. These are things I go over with my members on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. The yield and dollar environment is so crucial to understanding how that market, those two markets work, the bond market and the dollar market, the currency markets, is exceptionally important to the overall directional trend, not in the short term, but also the long term. And all the small caps are running like crazy, hoorah, 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 because cost of capital is cheaper, which is why you're seeing small caps outperform. But why is mega cap tech not also simultaneously performing? Ask yourself that question. Why are only small caps performing? Sure, they might be more oversold. Sure, mega caps more overbought. But technically speaking, something can get more overbought. And when the cost of capital lowers, how come it hasn't caused the mega caps to get more overbought, more extreme when cost of capital is cheaper? That's what I'm wondering. Anyways, I'm going to have to end the stream here at the 3:30 mark. So 7 more minutes with you guys. I'll stay on the mic and then I will call the stream to an end, or at least mute the mic. I do have to take care of a few things. I'll be watching the markets on my phone and other screens. But all trades I'm holding overnight. All trades. Remember, SPY did trigger this head and shoulders. You've done retracing all of this bearish price action inside of this breakdown bar and this breakdown bar, both heavy volume candles. Just be cautious of that. Dollar starting to soften up a little bit more. So the dollar's softening yet again, pulling in from the highs, which is why the indices are finding a little bit of a bid there. So dollar is softening. Nat gas has really gone from basically the high of the chart, up 1%, down 1%. So a green to red reversal on nat gas. So big pump in the small caps. Again, they're trying to test that high of day range break. SPY is underperforming small caps. Everything's underperforming small caps. NVIDIA flipped back to green. Tesla's still red. Microsoft's still down 1%. Markets are trying to get a push here. Last 30 minutes of trading in effect. Seeing Meta weaken here. Last 30 minutes. First time joining. Thanks Tani or Tanisa. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly there, but welcome to the stream. We're just here for the last 30 minutes of trading, holding all my positions overnight. My members received a couple new trade alerts today for two new positions. We already closed one of them for a massive win. That was Fisker, FSR, for a beautiful, just over 12% gain. If you're interested in my Discord, you can check out the website, tradingcapital.ca, where I post swing trade alerts, day trade alerts in my live group, entries, exits, stop loss, position sizing recommendations that I do. I post daily analysis videos, weekly sector reviews. This week's wrap up is going to be extremely important. As always, every week is important, but this week is super, super important. We're seeing the Russell, the SPY push up as well. Potential mini 10-minute invert head and shoulder on the Dixie chart. I'll just pull it up here on the chart. So now you have a right shoulder curving. This needs to curve up and round, and you need to break the neckline. But if you do on the dollar, that shows accumulation. That could mean another upside move to 103.46. It's a big if right now. Markets are still trending, but watch that on your charts. Excuse me. I have a little bit of a tickle in my throat. Bitcoin's testing that high pivot again. That high pivot's at 38,833. It's been rejected there once, twice, and now potentially the third time. All right, we're seeing Tesla moving up, Microsoft curling down, Apple curling up, Meta curling down, Amazon kind of just flat. Russell's almost back to the high of the day. Wow. What a push on the Russell there. Holy moly. What a push on the Russell. The Russell's about to make a new high of day. Double top is another short trade on the Russell. You're making a negative divergence. So SPY is just uptrending right now. NVDA is still flat. Microsoft's down 1%. Russell hit double top. It made a brief new high of day. Sorry, no, it didn't. It did not make a new high of day. Close, about a penny or two off. So we have 20 minutes left in the market session. 20 minutes left in the market session. SPY got a huge down candle there. Well, not huge, but definitely a quick red bar down, gap down. NVIDIA curling over, Microsoft curling over. Tesla's still trying to get above the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. Even coin is now starting to curl over from the highs. Still very, very elevated, holding most of its gains. We have a Meta curling down. The SOXS is trying to breach that inverted head and shoulders neckline yet again. Russell got rejected at double top for the time being. So SPY is coming down yet again. we have 20 minutes left in the market session. S&P's pulling off there. You have weakness in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is back to the negative side. Tesla's curling over. Microsoft's also curling over here. All right, new high on the Russell. The Russell just made a new high. The Russell's still surging, new high on the IWM, new high on the IWM. While tech and SPY are selling, the Russell's making new highs. So very, very interesting price action. Russell's still surging higher here. Russell is still surging. We have a bearish divergence. I'm going to short the Russell 184.76. I just added to my short at 184.76. Bearish divergence on the Russell. So that's a half a position short on the Russell. I am holding this overnight. I believe we get some downside. So my average now on the Russell is sitting at 184.70. Half position short on the Russell. I'll just show you that. And I am holding average on the Russell. Huge volume, 17 minutes left. Still a big resistance level. So we added at 184.76. Brings my average up to 184.70. But a massive run up. Oh, squeezing on the small caps. We are squeezing. Next ad level on the Russell's at gap fill, which is 185.50. I doubt it would get there today, but you never know. So again, NVIDIA is negative, Microsoft's negative, Apple's positive, Qs are positive, SPY's positive, Russell's positive, dollar's negative, gold's up, semiconductors are seeing some weakness through NVIDIA and SOXS. So Bitcoin was once again rejected at that previous cycle high at 38.83. NVIDIA is starting to roll over heavy. we could be in for a little bit of a downside movement in the market. So brace yourself, because the big boys are looking like they want to see, like NVIDIA and Microsoft, Apple, look like they want to break a little lower on the chart. A little lower. I'm watching it closely. But SPY is still holding up. Russell's still not as strong as the Russell. We're bouncing off this trend line. SPY's bouncing. Bitcoin selling. Dollars trying to potentially form that right shoulder for the inverted head and shoulders. Semiconductors are still breaking. Meta's falling here. Meta's falling. Bitcoin again being rejected. We have 13 minutes left in the trading session. Please take the time to check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, where I have a live Discord. We entered 2 new positions today and 2 new positions yesterday. We already took a double-digit gain off of the one position we entered today, which was FSR, Fisker. A few more trade setups as well. And I'm holding my Amazon short overnight, which is dumping or break even. I'm holding my corn short. I'm holding my IWM and SPY short as well. And my long trade on SOXS I'm holding, as well as my CMND long trade I'm holding. Canopy Growth had a big move today, up 10%. It is finally testing. So coin is finally testing this pivot break. We see we bounced off here once, and now we're coming right back down. We will see. Microsoft's coming down. Apple's holding on. It looks like it wants to break a bear flag, Apple. It's been holding all frickin' day on this bear flag. It's just so close. SPY's getting a big bid here. Russell's still near the highs of the session. I'm seeing NVIDIA weakening though. Microsoft coming down. Those 2 names alone can definitely do some damage. NVIDIA is still negative. So is Microsoft. Did you leave space, bro? What? Did you leave space for the... All right, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm just going to have to close the stream a little early. Wish you all a fair week.